Hello. Hi, hi. How you all doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm feeling much better today. Still sick, but not as sick as the past. Especially yesterday. Especially for the past few days, right? I'm feeling much better today. Hi, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Forgetful. Hi, Dragon Mama. Welcome. Gosh, I haven't played Tekken in such a long time, actually. Let me check when I last played. Oh, October 7th. That's 2.5 months. Two and a half months of not playing Tekken, and then suddenly decided to come back to Tekken. I mean, I couldn't deny it. I feel like Tekken is still my favorite game. You know, like second to Monster Hunter in general, right? Like, despite me not playing Tekken as much, but I really love Tekken. I really do. It's kind of my first fighting game that I want to get good at, and something about it just kind of makes it feel very fun. I don't know. I like it. Anyway, I actually forgot to do something, so I don't know if you guys heard the zipping noises just now. I was trying to get out my blood sugar tester. I forgot to test after 2 hours of eating just now, so I'm gonna do it now. So hope you guys don't mind. Right? I mean, you guys not seeing anything here, but you guys might hear some like beeping noises, me taking notes noises and stuff like that. But yeah, hi Zeus. Eat the cool dog. Welcome. Alright, give me just a moment. Oh great, that wasn't enough. Crap. Really? Really? But that was 2.5 though. There we go. Test her yips per minute real quick. Ooh. That's not too good. To be fair, I did eat a lot just now, so... Wait. This is... 13 p.m. Writing notes real quick. Okay, there we go. Done. Apparently, I guess that 猪肠粉 was a little bit too much, I guess. But it's so good though. Like, how can I not eat that? It's a newly opened stall at the usual place that I went to eat. And then they have this new, I don't know how to say it in English, but it's like 鸡肠粉, 猪肠粉. It's so good. It's so crazy good. But then again, it does get my blood sugar kind of high, so... no big deal. I have... Let me eat this real quick then. Spiky blood sugar. Mine spikes like crazy after the most innocuous meal. I guess it does happen. I mean, blood sugar is just weird. especially when I have type 1 diabetes where the pancreas is just gone. So I don't know. Okay. I thought I was ready, but I didn't do a bunch of things. Yeah, also this morning I was so blessed. There was the kitty when I sat down on my table. Oh, I mean, I sat down on the chair on the table, right? On the chair. And then the kitty just jumps onto the chair beside me and started loafing there. And then eventually the kitty started eeping over there and it's like, ooh. Oh my god, am I the chosen one? Out of so many tables out there, I'm the one that's being chosen. It's like, wow. I feel blessed. Holy shit. The kitty was so polite too. Like when I was petting the kitty just like I don't know if I can hear the purr. No, it was too the it was too like noisy around, so I couldn't hear anything. But the kitty was making the expression of oh the expression of oh yeah more. You know that kind of expression. It's the expression I saw. I was like, oh my god, the kitty. Oh my god, I love the kitty so much. So yeah, that's my morning. It was amazing. I had a really good meal as well. So I'm very happy. Blood sugar kind of high though, but it's all good. Ooh, don't punch the kitty. Anyway, I'm gonna open up Tekken 8 real quick. It's probably gonna take a while for it to open. So also I've been listening to Shin Ji Won piano. So good, so fucking good, so amazing. So yeah, I mean, I like Christmas music. You can't listen to Christmas anymore, it's over. Well, that's illegal. Well, I mean, is it though? I'm a kobold though. It's fine. It's not illegal. I'm a kobold. It's fine. Oh gosh, I have to constantly mute myself. I don't want to cough too much. Wait. Oh, I don't want to cough so hard onto the mic. So, yeah. Oh yeah, it's this one. I forgot. Boom. And cough into chat so that we weed out the weak. What do you mean weed out the weak? Who's weak? I'm the weak one. I'm coughing. I'm sick. I guess I'm gonna get weed out. What? Oh, oh yeah, the game's loading. Okay, okay. Is it though? This is secure stronger chat in the future by me coughing? Question mark. I don't think I get that. I'm confused. I have a sudden I have a sudden urge to eat sushi. I don't know, like I like sushi a lot, but then again, sushi is like so. Sushi is so sushi is so costly. Gosh, English. Ugh. Oof, oof. Okay, something's happening. Whoa. Um, sushi good, expensive but good. Yeah, I like the fresh sushi. God, I couldn't talk. Sushi, sushi. I live in the middle of the continent. Fresh fish isn't real. So there's no sushi place over at your place. I wonder if it's because of this. I mean, I have it right here. Yeah, I have it right here. Let me delete this and see if it works. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but that was the Kobo mod that I have. All right, let's try again. 20-hour drive to the nearest ocean. There is, but it's not really sushi. So it's man-made sushi somehow? A gas station sushi? I took 3 gas station dick pills. I don't know where they come from, but oh no, fresh fish. Oh, wait, I get you. Okay. I mean that's no way. Can I not put the cobalt in anymore? Cooked on imitation meat. That's very unfortunate, actually. Oh no. Cobalt ban? No. I guess the who's this? Do we have new? Oh, we have new characters now. Oh, you're right. I forgot. Is this the new Mierizo? I think this is Mierizo, yeah. I didn't even follow Tekken for the past 2 months. I have no idea what's going on now. Why are you looking at me like that? Is she the reason Kobo was banned? Probably? He's the character in Stage Pass. Bao Bob Horizon. Alright, this Armor King. I mean, I got Fakun Ram and I got Fakun Ram. I didn't have Armor King. Ooh. So Miari Zo is Tekken 8 exclusive? Or like Tekken 8 new character? She looks okay, I guess. Yeah, Kobo is banned somehow. Wait, let me try putting the Kobo mod again. That would be very sad if the Kobo mod is like non-usable anymore. So these 3, boom boom boom. Get back Polaris, content, packs, mods, boom. Okay. Could be the update makes the mod not available anymore. A drink? I'm drinking milk. Oh, no, we good. Okay. Thank goodness. Hi, Akko. Welcome. Kobo should be back. Unless it crashes the game, then I don't know anymore. Oh, Akko is doing it. There it is. There's the kobold. Wow. Look at that snoot. Look at that sniffer. Kobold unbanned? Heck yeah. We're playing Kobo today, so I'm gonna practice a little bit. I haven't played for 2 months. How yes, Kobo. Oh yeah, I should change the settings. I mean, should I change anything though? Wait. Did I just get a double boop? Wow. Hi, Swift. That was the mythical double boop. Oh yeah, I'm using cat mode ROM by Cubic. This is fine. Yeah, I cannot change this though, so no VSync, so we're good. Alright, that's fine. Nothing to change here actually. Game is not too loud, I think. Yeah. I've been booped many boop. Gosh, I want to play Armor King though. Armor King is so cool. Armor King is my pocket main in Tekken 7 as well. I don't think I have the execution anymore, I feel like. I feel old. Do I still remember the... Ooh, new stage? Oh my god, nature stage? Oh, that looks so good actually, holy shit. I mean, fuck this is cooler.
Get ready for the next battle.
Remember to patch your local short stack? Short stack? Who? Me? Am I the short stack? Short stack? I'm short, right? I mean, I'm small, so... It's okay, at least I'm getting many pets when Tekken. Imagine playing Tekken once per 2 months. God damn. Okay, so I unbind the R2 because I always accidentally press it. A mistake. I forgot my control have like... That's my controller noises, holy shit. Oh my god, what the hell was that lag? Is there a mix? I can check with this, I guess. Oh! Wait, is that counter hit reactable? No, okay. I have to commit to that. But what's the second hit? Second hit -4? It's a high though. Oh my god! I think don't do 4-2-3, I guess. We do 2 electrics. Oh my god. Down for 2 immediately. Because 4-2-3 I think lowers the damage too much. Depending on Kobo releases oxytocin in your system, reducing stress and anxiety for both you and the kobold? Exactly. Proven by scientific fact. Please pet the kobold more. Aioli. $46.49. Aioli. 53. I mean, it's 4 hits already, right? I cannot. Oh, it's lesser? Maybe if I go 4-2-3 immediately? I can't. Oh my god, the timing. There we go. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. Oh right, that's hell sweeps. Oh. I cannot play this game anymore. I feel so old. Oh. That's an interesting camo. Is this minus... Is that plus 13? So this is Genki? Alright. What's the one again? This one is what, right? Right, then what only happens when they're crouching. Oh my god, why is this so difficult? Oh, that doesn't work. That doesn't really work, I guess? I mean, if I want to, I just do this. You know, like... Am I crouching? Wait, I'm airborne? I mean, the stat... Look at the status right here. When I kick them with that... That kick is airborne? Excuse me? Am I gonna get float by now? Oh wait. Oh. Oh my god, it's so difficult. Excuse me? Oh, if I do this into this, maybe? No, it's too much execution. Alright, what do you do after this? If this hits, just run into the usual thing, right? Right? Or if I'm feeling... Oh wait, there's this! Right! Oh my god. Chat, I cannot play this game anymore, I'm old. I mean, then I guess that's something. Sorry, had to mute myself for a bit. My nose was acting. So, what's the bread and potato? Down for 2? Go for 2? Is it possible? Oh, that's too difficult. Oh, he pushes so far somehow. Yeah, no, we do this. I mean, that's something. 81 from a down for 2, it's pretty good. Double electrics, right? If I can do it properly, but... Oh, can I do this? Maybe I can. For the mix of that? Oh, like a pumpkin? Maybe if I do... I mean, it's a lot less damage, but it's a lot easier. Yeah, 37 to 40 to maybe potential 42, right? It's so hard to do though. That's the mix at least, right? It's very slow. I think I can get floated by a jab now. I don't know. I'm just gonna go play the online and see how I fare. 442 is my savior, so let's use that more. Oh, I'm so scared, holy shit. Haven't played this game for so long. Let's do... two higher lower. What rank is my Reina? Wujin? Excuse me? How? Okay, wait. How is my Reina fucking Fujin? There's no way. I'm dead. How do I fight in blue ranks? I don't know how to fight in blue ranks. Help! Oh. I'm scared
for the
now.
next battle.
Whoa, lag. Oh, it's loading the... Alright, alright. That's a weird camera. Oh, did they change this? Oh, it's plus 13. Oh, okay. Sorry. Work making me do a work. Okay. Good luck with work, Dragon Mama. Thanks for the lurk. It's minus 11? Oh, that was quick. Right, homing. Sure, I can try Wi-Fi. I mean, I haven't played for 2 months. I don't think I can blame the connection. Maybe I can, who knows?
Get ready for the next battle.
Cool Diaz? Oh no. I never fought against an Eddie. What is this? 4 for 2 for the win. I'm just gonna keep doing mids. I don't know. Kobo, let's go.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god. It's a high. Okay. Okay, okay. We found the button. Yo. Spammer. I think I can float that, I think. Right, not bad. Hey, I'm learning. I'm not pressing buttons against him. Kind of. They're gonna leave. I mean, they're just pressing one button, so... yeah. That's very understandable.
Get ready for the next battle.
They got a blue rank doing that. That's crazy. Tekken 8, man. Tekken 8. That's not a good first impression after not playing for 2 months. What's people doing? Are people letting them get away with that? just pressing tree.
Next battle.
And then they got to Fujin with that. Crazy. Alright, Leo, I'm dead, right? Leo is the current top tier, I think. Although everyone's strong, so I couldn't really complain there.
Round 1. Fight.
Hi. Hi. Okay. No. There you go. This is so dirty, what the fuck is going on?
Round 2. Fight.
Mid. I ducked. There's no reason to duck there, honestly.
Round 3. Fight.
No duck. Nice, and down for 2. No. No. Nice. Oh, Sabaki there? Interesting. Kobo unbend it? Yeah. Oh, you just do that? Big jab into a launch? Interesting choice there. Nice. Okay. What the fuck? Good armor, good armor. I saw blood. I need low parry that. And that as well, need to duck. Nice. Neat. We ducked that. Finally, we ducked the string. Okay, okay, okay. Nice three.
Fight.
Nice. You're just gonna do it raw now? Good luck. Ooh, I think that's a counter hit launch. Nice. Oh! I got so lucky. You think you can grab? I can grab too. Get out of here. Ooh, good timing. My timing is too obvious here. Nope. Nope. I didn't expect that. Ooh, high crush? Get out of here.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice mid. No. I'm plus.
You win.
Got him. Kobo still got it, kind of. I didn't even tuck one string that time, but we take those.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hopefully is doing good. Weird. Welcome. God, my hands is freezing cold playing Tekken now. Holy shit. Oh. Oh my god, everyone's using Wi-Fi now? fighting horse? No, alpaca? Oh yeah, it's this stage, right? That's not real. Alright. This. Ooh. Oh, you have to commit to it. It's -8. Oh, it's safe. Because this is unsafe, right? Yeah, it's -14. This one is -8. I recover standing, unless I do this. Yeah, this one counts as me standing as well. This one is more evasive, right? Or this? Wait, no, it's this. Oh, there's this. The evasive moves. Down 3+4. First hit, counter hit. Goes into a sequence. 4 1+2 into 3+4. Counter hit leads to this. I mean, this one just does nothing. I think this one is just an ender. Oh no, it can. This one can lead to full crouch mix at least. What's a low option? No, Reina is no low option. Other than down 4. Yeah, unless I do. I mean, nah. And Reina doesn't really have a full crouch mix, but the evasive launcher. That's pretty much it. So loud. No range, but reset. Oh, it's neutron block? Ooh. It does make them crouch though. So this, and then do more 1-2. No range is the problem. This one is a lot slower. 19 to 15. 19 frames is like a lot slower here. I guess if I'm close, I can do this. This into 112. Check them if I press a button there. I can say numbers too. I'm pretty sure you can. Like, most people can.
Get ready for the next battle.
Or 53 damage. Paul Death might be 53 damage.
Round 1. Fight.
Really? Are you just gonna do that? Oh my god, it tracks. Fair enough. Oh, crazy. Nice combo. That's your schmicks, I guess. Got him.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Oh. Thanks.
Round 3. Fight.
Got him. I'm just pressing buttons. But I'm also blocking sometimes. You think a down 3+4 could work on round start? Maybe. I'm doing it. Oh no way! Demo man? Thanks.
Round 2. Fight.
Good luck. Too big. Oh, no way. I'm dead. Oh, they messed up. I pressed 1+2.
Round 3. Fight.
break that flow. Right. I ducked. Always going for the demo mix. Oh, high crush. Fair enough.
Final round. Fight.
Woohoo. My backdash was not clean. Hi. Oh, are you trying to check me with that? No. I saw it once, you're gonna do it again. Oh, that was two. Oh, we got him. Nice. Hi, Evans. Get that fine.
Get ready for the
I
next
think I can do it.
battle.
I think I can do it. I think I might be able to. I think I'm not too sick now. I think I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, let me pause the there. I should be able to do it, I think. Right. Okay. Should be fine. Alright, here we go. Sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey. Hey, I kinda need to catch my breath. It doesn't help that my nose is blocked still. Okay. We good. That was good though, that was good. Let me mute myself for a bit. Okay. It not as bad as yesterday, at least. Good lah. Okay, okay. Anyway. Stupid nose always block like that higher. -11. Oh no. -26? Also hope Evans is doing good. I forgot. I actually forgot if I said that, but yeah. Kobo brain all already don't know how to speak anymore. Higher. Is this only armor option? Sentai 1-2? Alright, this is a counter stance on... Yeah. Oh, that was crazy. That's a wall. Oh, that's a wall ender. Okay. Oh, finally, wire connection. Finally got deeper with. Oh, and a Katsuya. Hi, the best. This one. Holy shit. Wire connection, 5 bar, and then Katsuya. Hi, oh, so good. Doing good today. Snap lots, exercise lots, studied lots, played lots. Wow, very eventful day. Good to know, good to know. Oh, yo. Don't do that. Good though. Beautiful. Nice, I ducked. Nice. Rising sun? Don't do that. Oh, good Rage Art. I saw blood. Good shit. That was beautiful. That Kobo.
Round 4. Fight.
Ooh, I can do it again. Nice delay on that. Oh, good choice. Damn, he good. Okay. He's not got the vegan here. Oh, I'm getting schmixed by my legs. Oh yeah. Nice. Oh, and another hell sweep. This guy's good. Good shit. And sometimes he's gonna be fearless with the hell sweeps. That was really good. Nice. Ooh, what a choice. That doesn't kill, but it's gonna be very close. One more mix. Thanks for throwing. Ooh, that was so good! Nice. Didn't duck. Yeah, they fall for the -1.
Round 3. Fight.
They're gonna do it then. Nice. The second hit. good mid. Stop! Too many too many health sweeps, come on. Oh, nice. What a step. -1.
Round 3. Fight.
I did that. Oh, high crush. Nice, GG. They couldn't really play on the other side as well. I was like, oh, hey, weird. Their movement suddenly becomes a little bit sluggish, like, okay, maybe I can make use of this. Even though my movement is also a little bit sluggish on the other side, but I guess I can play a little bit. Not the best though, but I'll take it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Speaking of, well, not speaking of, but on a very side note, I just realized that these days I've been trying, these days I've been trying to reach out a little bit with more dragons, I guess. Reach out a little bit, right? It feels good to reach out and then gets a reply that's like the same energy. It's like, oh my god. Right? It's like, wow, I can't believe we're talking to each other or something like that. It's like, it feels kind of nice. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's Wi-Fi, but it's 5 bars, so I guess I can play a little bit. If I just keep declining
Get
Wi-Fi...
ready for the next battle.
Oh, it's this guy again! Are they gonna leave immediately? I mean, they're gonna do the same string over and over again, so I need to punish them properly for that.
Round 1. Fight.
Hold back! Hold back! Hold back! Hold back! Don't just press buttons, hold back, brother. Oh my god. Oh, I pressed buttons. Level 2 Bazinga. You know, people say that I'm gonna boo. I'm kind of bullying here, right? But they need to know they have full Jin, like brother. I'm gonna do it. No, you're gonna duck the second hit, brother. Fujin! Brother, do you think just pressing 3? I mean, they got to Fujin, so... No fucking way! What the fuck?
Battle.
Blue ranks! That's 20 plus done, like, excuse me? And then they cannot handle a jab pressure. Or down for 1-1 because they keep getting hit. Holy shit, no way, brother. Well, they got to Fujin with that, so... Kudos to them, I guess. And to those who get hit by that, learn the strings, brother. Duck the third hit. Or just do plus strings. This is not even plus, it's safe. I mean, I could just keep doing this, you know. +2 +1 +2 +1 +2 +1 +2 +1. I could do that, I could, but I didn't. I do the easiest option and they can't even do it. They can't even, like, know what to do. But I have to say though, this will not work on him because it's too slow. They will just like disrespect the second hit, so you're gonna do something that's like undisrespectable. Something that's like a natural string or uninterruptible string.
Get ready for the next battle.
Law, okay, look for down for 1-2 or down for 1-4 or down 1-4. Punish that with down for 2. At least go for the easy stuff first, yeah? Are you Majima? No, that's not Majima. Majima doesn't wear suits like this, does he? Good armor. Junkyard? Down for 2. I can let them get away with the junkyard like that. Nice, they were ready. Jump here. Oh, I jabbed. Good choice, good choice. They're very reserved over law. You got him.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice step. That was beautiful. Plus. Oi! I should have blocked that. Don't care. No, you're gonna go for it. Oh, sliding! Good choice. Nice. Woohoo! Nope. Uh-oh. Nice. They have really strong timing. They are keeping me out from doing like moves from far away. I need to whip punish them. Yeah, like that, you know? GG. This is strong low, holy shit. They don't do down 1-4 as much. They don't go for like 1-2-1-2-4 and then down 1-4 as much. So I need to be ready to how they play. No confirm. I confirm that. Nice. Got him.
Round 2. Fight.
Blinding. Down 4. Keep it simple. Oh my god, we're Raijin? Holy heck, let's go! I don't know why I cannot take screenshots anymore, but hey, we are Raijin now.
Get ready for the next battle.
I cannot press F12 to take a screenshot anymore. Meh. $47? Oh, it's the same. Oh, it's the same. Did they nerf that? Weird. I guess they nerfed that. I mean, why do jab into down 4 just frame 1? If I could just do down 4 1 1 into 1 plus 2, it's a lot easier. Full bar, I'll take it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hyper Potion? Are you playing Pokemon? Oh my god, it's Lars. How do I defend against Lars? Now you're still.
Fight.
That was me just flailing.
Round 2. Fight.
Is that your plan? I see the pattern now. Oh, I think that recognises me seeing the pattern. Oh, what is the combo? That's new. Get away from me. Plus 1. Nice, good call. High crush. Oh, I tried to step that one. I guess I have to step the other way. Uh-oh. Nice. No. This guy's truly the hyper potion. -4 is too much. How minus is that? I press the button. Got them. They're at the corner, they cannot do anything. They have to guess all the mix. They have to guess all the mix because sidestep. His right side is blocked, his left side is not my weak side, I think.
Round 1. Fight.
-4. Good call. Good block. Oi, good choice. That's why I didn't want to jab as much, but I still did. Woo! Orbi time! Good shit, that was beautiful. What a sequence. Oh. Oh my god, I cannot I cannot parry the knee. They always take jet trying to take a turn back. Ooh, wanna punish. Nice, good low, good low. Oh my god, what is that sequence? Lots of high crush Lars has. But it's also why I'm doing a lot of over 2s against this guy. Tracking. Ooh. Yeah, I'm never blocking low. I need to block low a little bit more against this guy. I mean, they are doing a lot of lows against me now because they notice I'm not blocking any lows. The shimix. It's the shimix. I'm doing it. Yep. What happened? Ooh. I shouldn't let them play. I shouldn't let them play the game, honestly. You're gonna do a low into orbital. All right, we good. I had to lock in a little bit. Maybe I am blue ranks. I didn't play for 2 months. I didn't think I could be doing this good in blue ranks. Holy shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, Tekken, hey. Hey, I'm Ray. Kobo throwing hands, exactly. I woke up today, decided to throw hands, and chose violence. As kobolds do, fair enough. I'm a rarely violent kobold. Rarely. Sure. I mean, it's Wi-Fi, but I'll take it. I would much prefer a cable connection.
Get ready for the next battle.
Magenta Steve? Oh, I don't think I fought Steve as much in this game. Crazy. Really? Right. I mean, I'm okay. I like guns in games. Okay. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, your PC is exploding? Question mark? Brother, what the fuck? Your PC is exploding! Brother, turn down your settings. That's left hand. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy's is using the Wi-Fi as much as they can. Alright. They can play... So they just do back one always. Okay, fair enough. Holy! This guy is a cheater. This guy is leg switching. See, when they're doing combos, there's no lag at all. Crazy. Crazy how that works, huh? Right, that's a setup. Okay. I have magic mirror, so I cannot see what they're doing after a post-match. Oh! After the armor, they recover pretty quickly. Good enough, they were ready. Oh, look at that, they can keep doing combos, but I can't. Wow, crazy how that works, isn't it? Look at that. Wow, you're so good, brother. My input is getting eaten everything. I'm reporting this guy. Wow, you're so good. Nice leg switch, brother. Right, there we go. I mean, there's no need to fight them again. They're gonna leg switch, so...
Get ready for the next battle.
You're showing fight skills with 20 years of experience? Oh, no, 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 no. I think I tried to play this game, like, seriously. About... a few years ago? 5? About 5? Yeah, about 5, I guess. To, on Tekken 7, because I saw Heihachi. Heihachi is so good. I still play Heihachi here, but I didn't mod Heihachi to be the Kobo, so... Drew's Rebirth? Hi. Is that Lily? Wow. Look at that. Is that... That's Tekken 5 Lily, right? I'm a... You know what? I could be a dragon. Close enough. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, Lily slays. Crazy. Another Steve. Hopefully no more leg switching. Are you doing pretty okay? Recovering from being sick a lot now, so... Yeah. I thought dragon. No, it's all good. Close enough, I'm a Kobo. Fun-sized dragon, essentially. Welcome, hope you're doing good. Confirm that. I forgot I already... I messed up. Nice. I low parry. Good enough. What a duck! Holy shit, I'm scared. Not scared. See your baby is next to you? That's a plushie. Heck yeah. Close enough. Oh. Good back one, crazy. They duck a lot now. Do it again? Yeah. Good timing. Don't whip an attack. I'm ready for you. I lied. Oh! So cute. Oh, thank you. It's drawn by Harry, a friend of mine. Also, hi Tikaka. Welcome, elder boat friend. Messed up. Oh my god! Good step. One step and then... Oh, what is that? Yeah, in this parry art, the plushie is so good. I'm doing it. Ooh, so good! I'm flailing. Oh. Okay, yeah, no point for that. How about this? They're giving me a lot of respect here. First hell sweep of the match, we take those. The plastic chair? I changed to a plastic chair not too long ago. It's pretty good. Because my chair was too long and it's like slanted and hurts my waist. Also 2 breaks. Oh! Good stuff. Yay! The same brain. That was 30. What is that? That was me pressing a lot of buttons and I won. Ooh, what a timing. I need fuzzy that. My bag. Kind of. That's a good choice. One too many. Okay, nice punish. The classic 1-1-2 with 1-1-2. Like okay.
Final round. Fight.
I don't. Ooh, get out of here.
You win.
Good shit. That was a strong Steve. I'm not even dunking any strings. I don't even know what they're doing. Chillet. The chili fruit noodle. We all love Chillet, but I love Quiven more. Quiven great. I kind of want to play Heihachi, but I want to play Kobo as well. I mean, I chose violence today. Oh my god, this minus 26? Both options are unsafe. They're tight and we honestly love them both for different reasons. And there's so many Steve, hello? Yeah, they're both great, honestly. Gonna grab you, I'm getting grabbed by a dragon, take care. Here we go. Please. Get jump scared. What the fuck? I got jump scared instead. No. This guy wastes a lot of buttons. Ui. Nah, what are you trying to do there? Ooh, they were waiting for me. I died. That was nasty, you don't have to call me out like that. Oh, that was bad. Hello? Oh, that's guaranteed. Interesting Steve. Damn, playing Keep Out Steve. A little bit different than I've known Steve for. That shouldn't be safe, I feel like. I just didn't punish fast enough. Nice! Oh. Ooh! Crazy. Mid. Do it again. Oh my god, what the fuck is this guy's timing? Rushes in back one and it works. Nice. I ducked again. There's no need to duck against this guy, honestly. Can I do it here? Yeah, I'm pretty bad with Steve matchup.
You lose.
I'm up for a rematch anytime.
I miss when Steve says, "Hey, you wanna try me, girl?" And on Tekken 5 ending, it's so good. Oh, outro, sorry, outro.
Fight.
Hey, you wanna try me, girl? How can I not break that? Oh, they want me to play on the other side. Eh? This guy plays on Tekken. It is when it's 10. Mid. Wait, go for it?
Now this is what I call fun.
Oh no, I'm in a stance. I'm in a stance.
That's a knockout. Good night.
Good night. Hello? I'll do it. Good mid. This guy is good, strong fundamentals, stronger than I do. That's why I'm struggling against him. Did we want to switch sides with me? I pressed it. No?
Round 3. Fight.
That was bad. No. Sorry. They can break trolls too! Get out of here!
Round 4. Fight.
They can break troll!
You win.
Alright, we're testing each other. We're very testing each other right now. No, they didn't break one throw and then they left? Their throw break? Oh, their defense must be higher than I am. How do I check my own defense actually? I need to know. My defense is gonna be dog shit, I feel like. Oh. I think it's here. No. Is it options? Yep. No. Community? My profile, there we go. My defense is good! What? My defense is good! I have 73 defense, that's not bad. I thought there was like a breakdown to how they count the stuffs. Oh. Whoa. That's so cool. Wow, I didn't know there's something like this. Alright, let's get back to playing a little bit more. I honestly was thinking about if I want to play Mega Bonk or if I want to play Tekken 8. I was like, I mean, I would love to play Mega Bonk, but also I haven't played. I haven't played Tekken for like 2 months, so I figured that I could play Tekken 8 for a little bit, once per 2 months.
Ready for the next battle.
You would think that I play Tekken once per 2 months. My last play was October 7. I thought I'm not gonna be at blue ranks, but apparently I'm faring pretty okay at blue ranks somehow. I don't know. This is a command grab, by the way. Closer go back forward 2. Another one is 4-foot 1+2, yeah. Shine. So Reina actually has a troll game. Right, people break 1+2 pretty consistently, so 2 breaks is going to be a little bit harder.
Battle.
That's why I did the 2 break against that Steve just now, and then they left. Wow. Alright, DVJ, what are we doing? I don't know. Then back. Are you a cheese gin? Looks like it. I'll do it again. Duck it! Come on, it's a down for 1-2. Duck it. I don't think it jails anymore. Oh, does it jail now? Oh, this is a party hard gym. Plus. You go, girl. On to break. Oh no! See, thing is, I don't know why everything is working. I should sidestep a little bit more. Instead of just holding back. Oh. 1-2 break. Oh, does it jail now? Fair enough. I know break any throws now. Throw? Nice. I think that was plus.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, you just do that? Nice. I pressed 1+2! No, I pressed 1+2. This is the party hard Jin. I need to know what they're doing here. After armor, just block. If they do like the... What? Yeah, okay. Plus... I pressed 1+2, brother! Fair enough. Hi, Kanon. Whoa, I'm not breaking any throws now. Is that unblockable? That's unblockable. I always do a down for 2 and do this combo. Okay.
Round 3. Fight.
That jails though. Nice patience. Ooh, I was in stance. I don't think this kills. Yeah. Going in. Hi, Cass. Never thought I'd see a Kobo and them actually brawling up, but anyway. It happens in this channel. Oh my god, the connection helped. Oh my god, it is unblockable. I press 1+2. What?
Final round.
Yeah, it's a mod. Okay. I just kinda need to know what they're doing. There's a lot of down for 2 punishable moves out there. I'm just utilizing down throw 2, not a lot of other tools. Because Devil Jin has a lot of evasive tools, so I don't think I want to mess with them. Are you gonna do that now? Oh. What a punish. Oh. Oh, fair enough. Watch the cinema. Oh my god, Kobo with no texture. Yeah, we're going to movie theaters.
Round 3. Fight.
Got him. Don't make me learn how you play, man. So that weird long range high chain is stuckable. At least now I know. It's very slow reactable actually.
Get ready for the next battle.
At least now I know. I was like, that chain leads to another string, it's just kinda hard to deal with. Apparently it's a high, so... Oh, I don't know if I said this, but hi Dragon Boy guys. Welcome. I assume you're a dragon too? I like dragon. Oh. I think that's the maximum wall combo damage, but it's way too difficult. Yeah. It's so tough. It has to be maximum delay for the first 2 hits. And then 3 forward, sentai, 2.
Get ready for the next battle.
Claudio? Oh no. Claudio is the one that has struggled the most, I feel like. I don't know what Claudio is doing, to be honest. So, dead. I'm dead. Here we go.
Fight.
This must be unsafe. Nice convert.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I thought you just do that. Oh. Actually, I tried and rage out multiple times there.
Fight.
That's a high. -1.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, want to confirm. Nice. I didn't do it in time. Ooh. Nope. Ooh. I didn't know you can heat dash after that. That was crazy good. Thanks for trolling. Oh, Clowner is tough to deal with.
Round 1.
Down 1 plus 2, down 3 plus 1. What? Good choice. Hop kick. The infamous Claudio hop kick. Nice, good punish. Nice, that kills.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Oh, we convert those. Let's go.
Round 3. Fight.
That's bait.
You win.
二択の時間だ。屈服か、それとも死か。
That's bait. Maybe
Get ready for the next
I'm
battle.
getting carried by Reina. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, Reina is infamous for her 4-foot too. This move, long range, hit confirmable Sentai 3 or Sentai 2. I think Sentai 2 doesn't used to work, but now it does. Long range mid, no tracking though, I believe. Or track a little bit? No, I think it tracks a little bit. Yeah, it tracks a little bit. Honestly, I mean, as a Reina main, I feel like 4-foot 2 could be no tracking. Like maybe zero tracking on standing block and then sidestep. Oh! It has zero tracking. I guess I'm just good at using it then. It actually has zero tracking. Yeah, it's zero tracking. That's crazy.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, Dean. Oh my god, Dean Senpai? I mean, you guys were here after. Dean Senpai. Oh my god, that's Lee Chao Bla. Hello.
Fight.
Oh, one hop kick. Whoa, Samsara! Oh, what a combo. Got him.
Round 2. Fight.
Scourge. Oh my god. Like this nothing. Oh my god, Ken? P-Power? Crazy. Nice. Good choice. That was a strong run.
3. Fight.
Scourge. Oh, you do that? Oh, no, okay. It's grounded? Got him. No lows allowed. Got him.
You win.
あれあれ This is a very strong Jin actually.
ジン先輩
I'm a little bit scared.
何者だ。
何者だ
1. Fight.
Whoa! My back! Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice hop kick. That's a hard combo. Oh my god. Confirm. Oh, that was way faster than I thought.
Round 3. Fight.
Don't know why I did that. Oh, you know the punish? Oh, nice.
Round 4.
Oi, oi, nice. No range. Whee! What a comeback. Let's go. Nice duck. Into launch. Still ducks. Holy shit, crazy. Scourge! Scourge! Nice disrespect. Good mid, beautiful. Beautiful sequence. I fell asleep, guess I'm kinda tired, gonna lurk. Of course, of course. Sleepy, good. Have a good lurk. Thanks for hanging around. Nani mono da. Ooh, this guy likes to hop kick. When they're cornered. They dug a lot. Crazy.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, I need to stop doing that too much.
Round 3. Fight.
Did I just found a blue spark on 423? GG.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think I just found a blue spark on 423. No, there's no blue spark. I was a little bit blur, I guess. Maybe a little bit schizo. I don't know.
Get ready for the next battle.
Heihachi? Oh my god, it's Heihachi! Oto-sama? Gosh, still my favorite characters in one. So cool.
Fight.
Oi, oi. I was too late. Nice Sabaki. Nice Sabaki again. No, you did.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, you.
Round 3.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't know Heihachi is like this. It looks like they're doing something. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit, okay? Don't mute? I have to. I don't want to blow my nose in front of my mic. I don't think I want to do that.
Get ready for the next battle.
Well, now you know when I mute my mic, what am I doing? Maybe they choked that rage out so much that they rage quitted? Question mark? I don't know. That looks like a rage quit to me. Which is kind of surprising when it comes from a Heihachi.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deer? I'm fighting a deer? But that looks like a leopard. It's king.
Round 1. Fight.
Hey, yoy! Interesting king. I don't know what they're doing.
Fight.
They just disrespect everything. Oh my god! Raijin.
Round 3. Fight.
No. Wait, I didn't duck that. I'm gonna do it again. Excuse me, what? I don't... What is this? How did I get Kishi in here? Hiya. What is this king doing? Oh, they want to play. Okay, let's go. They're not blocking everything though. They're just disrespecting my every button. And that's the game plan, I think? I might just have to wait for them to do things like that. I can't believe I didn't react to that. No? Can I do that move again? It worked. +1. There we go. Something is just gonna hold back. Ooh, that was fast. Sorry, delay string's not gonna work on me, I feel like.
Round 2. Fight.
And that's it doing it. Sometimes you're just gonna keep it simple when it comes to players like these, though. Let them know, let them know. I don't need anything else, honestly.
Fight.
Oh. Nice. Ellie? You're trying something. They're trying something, you know, parrying, ducking, or they didn't duck once. Oh my god! What? How do you get to whatever rank you are? Hiya! 1-1 to a Sentai 1 +1. Block, duck the Sentai 3. No way. And then they do forward, down back 1-2. Launch punishable string 3 times. Hi. Honestly, happy for them, right? If they're having fun playing a game like that, then fuck yeah, by all means, more power to them, right? I'm just maybe I'm a little bit mean here, right? I'm the mean one here, definitely.
Get ready
right?
for the next battle.
That's Zeus. How did you get here? How did you get 5-bar connection? Excuse me?
Round 1. Fight.
I may sing another one of these.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay. Oh my god, they're going. Oh my god, they're going in. Help. They're pressing all the buttons possible. I was like, they know combos, I guess, you know. +1! Thank you! Don't do that streak! What the fuck are you doing? No! Good punish. Good low. Top kick. Oh! Range. Oh. You want to switch sides? Okay. That's a 2 break. Can we do that again? Oh no! The connection suddenly went to dog shit. Help. This is why I don't play Wi-Fi. Like, god damn it, man. Good rage shot though. Devil no chikara da. Oi, you want punish actually. Yuksu. Good on it. Good. I shouldn't be doing that honestly. I already conditioned them to duck like 10,000 times. Oh. You know, if I fall for that twice, that's on me. Also, I messed up the combo. Oh my god, that was a choke of the century. Fair enough, they don't know what I'm doing. I know what they're doing. See, the game plan is, if they don't know this string is +1 and my jab is uninterruptible, I'm just gonna keep doing it, right? If they don't duck the Sentai tree, the kick, if they don't duck that, I'm gonna abuse that, right? That's my game plan. Easy, simple. Hi, Evie. Oh my god, many. So yeah, that's a game plan. If they don't duck that, I'm gonna abuse that. I'm a yippin'. Evie yips. Now I know.
For the next battle.
Oh, Brian, I'm gonna get destroyed. Brian's usually really good players. I'm scared now.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god. Holy shit, the kills, we take those. Oh, good. Oh my god. What a launch punish by on the down 4, crazy. Told you brain is scary. Oh, Snake Age. I didn't expect that.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, yo, soccer kick. Oh, they were ducking. Got him. Back to stress? No, I'm having fun playing Tekken. This one. Oh, so good! Holy shit! Nice. Oh my god, what a confirm. Oh no, good shit. So good. Damn. Yeah, Brian players are so good actually. Power stress me? Why? Yeah, look at Eevee. Thank you, Roses.
Round 1. Fight.
I press button. Yeah, then I can do it. Ooh, beautiful combo.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, third hit. I think that's a high. Uh-oh. Oh, goddamn.
Round 3.
Clean. Oh, it's a high. Oh my god. Taking it tracks. No. Take care. That's plus. Crazy. Woohoo! Super nice. They learn how I play. That one hell sweep block destroys my entire momentum. It was beautiful.
Get ready for the next battle.
Any game that's calming stress you? I don't know why you're always like different. Although to be fair, maybe there are people out there, you know, who maybe I don't play Power Wash Simulator because it stresses me out as well. I don't know. Can I add you to a group chat? What group chat? I look at what stuff with partner now. Okay. Have a good time watching stuff with partner, Evie. They play Cannabis 2 to calm down. Yeah. There are different people prefers different kind of games to calm down, right? Which is entirely valid, honestly. This might be calming to me. No, I feel nice playing Tekken 8. I do. Well, I'm gonna make myself for a bit again. I'm back. Why muted are you keeping secrets? If me blowing my nose and being obnoxious is keeping secrets, then I don't know what to tell you. I just sincerely don't want to blow my nose while my mic is still open. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chicken Lucky? It's
Get
very
ready
secret,
for
I
the
bet it's
next
secrets.
battle.
Oh, more Jean. Secret eating gems behind the mic. Maybe? I wish I have gems though. I want to eat them. I like gems. Gems are great. Nani mono da?
Round 1. Fight.
Delay? What are we doing? Scourge! I have no idea what they're doing.
Fight.
Correct. Good call. Scourge! Call it string. Uh-oh. Oh, they should punish that. Interesting Jin. I don't know. Are they good? Like, they seem to know something. Oh, too weird. So weird.
Round 4. Fight.
Okay, good call. Didn't expect that. Rage damage.
You win.
あれどうしたんです
This is kind of a weird Jin, this one. It feels like they're flailing, but no.
人生
I can't tell.
Round 1.
Sorry.
Fight.
Oh, I was blocking. Oh. Oh, broke a little bit too late.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm so confused too. Whoa. Hello? No. Aha, mental stack.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh. That doesn't dodge highs? Nice punish. See, they know the punish, but like they play so weirdly, I don't know what they're doing. Nice. Scourge.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh, so they respawn Hell Sweep with Hop Kick? I get it. They respawn 112 with that. Weird.
You win.
あれどうしたんですかジン
Weird. Yeah,
Get ready for the
towards
next
the end, it doesn't
battle.
feel like they're flailing. They are responding my buttons with their own buttons, right? They don't play keep out. They play like I attack first, and then they're trying to adapt to how I play. It kind of feels that way. I don't know. That one was definitely one of the weird gins out there, I feel like. Oh, the group chat. Oh. he didn't tell me what group chat. Well, at least now I know, so. I was like, uh-oh. Oh, group chat. Okay, okay. No, you good, you good. You cooled out. It's still very cool.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god, first Armor King of the day? Of entire Tekken 8?
貴様は死んだはずじゃなかったのか
Yo, special interaction? Brecky! Hi, Brecky. Evil doesn't stay dead. Yo, Evil Armor King is cool! The fuck is that? Oh my god. Okay. 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 I don't know. It's my first Armor King. Oh, yo. Oh my god, his combos are so cool! Nice. They conditioned me to duck forever on that after that. Oh, they were ready. Holy shit, this guy has strong fundamentals. Okay. Nice. I dodge. Again. Interesting Armor King. Armor King. Check. Fair enough. Check. Ow. Scared of Catman? Yeah. It's the first time me fighting against Armor King, honestly. I have no idea what to expect. Evil doesn't stay dead. I'm just gonna do it. No. Oh, they know. Elbow. I'm totally outclassed here. Fair enough. I thought. Okay. Yeah, they already know. They already see my pattern here. Oh my god, I got one round, no way. No way, they're going easy on me. Was that upward trio non-start? Oh, not fast enough. I press 1+2. Okay, no fucking way we take that. They're going easy on me, no way. Don't swap, hi. Armor King has some really good movement. I mean, it is expected. Like, Tekken 7 Armor King also has really good movements. Nice. That's that. Yeah, that was super painful. Good shit. Not the Kobo Blast. Kobo Blast. Oh. Ooh. Oh, they were fishing for that, right? While still in 2. Almost stuck it. Nice. Oh, they did it again. Yeah, they were going easy on me just now. Whoa! Oh! My balls! My non-existing balls. They were totally going easy on me the last round. The last match, sorry. Hi Kian. Oh, good shit. Strong Armor King. Very, very strong fundamentals. My fundamentals are entirely outclassed by that Armor King just now. Oh, Kian is doing it. Welcome. This is why kobolds are usually small. If they turn aside for a grown human, they get violent and start beating people up. Nah, only this kobold, I guess. Only this kobold likes to do Soria and then launch people up in the air. Soria pa. I'm getting a little bit tired now. I guess I'm getting old. 3 hours of Tekken Night is...
for the next battle.
Oh, first time new character? Okay, okay. Miyarito? I don't know what to expect, honestly. Oh no.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Round 1. Fight.
What do you do? What was that? Is that all you do? One is side step? How is that? 112 plus? Oh my god. Okay, first time looking at all of those. Okay, okay. Ooh, it's an interesting launcher. Nice punish. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm looking at. I have absolute zero knowledge on this character. Oh no. I'm gonna get destroyed. It's okay though. What was that? Nice. Okay, that looks plus, I think. I'm getting mental attack like maximum here. Oh my god, we take those. Low.
Low? Low? Don't think I'm gonna go any more low. Don't know what that is. What? Well, I don't know what you're speaking, but I guess. Interesting character. So, spiritual animal fighter? Question mark?
Round one.
Why do you have stripper? Why do you have a stripper pole? That's safe? No way. No way 1-2 bowstring is safe, that's crazy. Nice hammer. We take those.
Round two. Fight.
Nice. I think that's a hamstring. Oh, that's a grab. Oh, okay. How long has Mary Zoe been out? I have no idea. Let's see. Nice stuff. They were ready. That looks... Okay. That tracks. Okay. They didn't duck that time. I think that's a tracking? I have no idea. I'm so confused. That cannot be safe. I need to watch a replay of this. I'm probably letting her get away with murder too many times here. they were ducking. It's a tentacles distracting you, obviously. Well, I mean, I would say that, but in this match, it's the first time we fighting against this entirely new character, and I have no idea what I'm doing, and I have no idea what I'm going against. That looks like a hell sweep that tracks. 10 string. Imagine getting killed by one move. Very weird character. Let's go watch the replay. Also, hi Stella. Oh, nice. I'm probably getting, like, letting her get away with murder too many times.
Get ready for the next battle.
I guess it's time to learn about Armor King and Miyarizor. Just blame everything on the tentacles? No, tentacles are nice, don't blame them. We love tentacles.
Fight.
It's a high? What? It doesn't jail? So it's just generic down 1-2 then, I think. Was that mid? So this one is mid. Okay, this one is mid. Let's do so that one just gives him a -9, okay. So it's a safe mid control. Yeah, that move, okay. Oh yeah, I blocked a few 1-1-2 or 1-1-1+2, I think. Oh, that's not generating. Yeah, that's a mid and mid high mix. Okay. Yeah, that move. That low is crazy. Why is that low? 22 frames, low, counter hit launcher. Stagger on block, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, stagger on hit. Hello, excuse me. So then, okay. But there's no way I can react to it fast enough, I feel like. What was that? -9, mid. That looks like a homing mid, question mark? Yeah, I'm getting killed by this one single low, honestly. -9, mid. I mean, essentially they lose their turn after that mid-string. Mid. Low, high, mid. Okay. Wait. That's sequence. Okay. From here. Alright. Mid. They're -9. Okay. I thought it's like a heat. Because it's a heat enhanced move. I thought it's like save or like plus. Or like they're plus. But no, they're -9. Holy shit. I can take my turn. I can take my turn back here. Okay. Now we know. Hey, 1-1. Whatever this is, mid, -7. Another one of these. Low, high. Okay. Into mid. I assume that's a heat move as well because I hear the pting sound. Okay. And then the low. So there's a down for 1-1 then. Mid, high. How much was that? Okay, +6 into stripper pole. Whatever that is. Looks like a single jab. Okay, so they're constantly airborne. Lows are not going to hit them then. Okay. When they go into stripper pole, I feel like I might be able to just jab them out of it. Okay, wait. I'll get back. Okay. So how minus is that? That's -5, okay. So if they do anything afterwards, I might be able to just disrespect them after. There you go, now see it. Bye bye, Umbre. Thanks for hanging around. Also, thanks for reaching. Hi, video. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Dusty Dog, hi. What? What? Oh my god, what? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hi, Jared. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hope you are having a nice holiday seasons. Love the emotes. It looks like something else. Oh, hi again, Brecky. Dragon bits, exactly. Don't worry about it. Look, as a kobold, of course I'm gonna love dragon bits. Also, I'm sort of learning the new character right now, Miarizo. I have no idea what this character does. So I'm here at the replay section. Terry J Pendragon, hi. Oh my god, Dragon. Welcome. Oh, I did chat. Wait, I did flop them. Oh, Dragon Bits. Oh my god. Thanks you. Yeah, I got modded in. She looks awesome. Yeah. Miarizo doesn't feel overwhelming. Gargoyle Gamer. Oh, thanks for the follow. I'm just pressuring her. I don't know what to do. 111 plus 2. Low high. She has so many lows. Oh my god, that friend, Kobo being baby with Konaki pets. That one is Lance draw me stuck on Dragon's pets, so. Low. The next one. Whoa, so she has 2 lows that will stagger her? I don't think the second one is a content launcher. Like this one, I don't think it's a content launcher. Okay, top 1-1. Okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is as well, but hey. Oh, look at that Tikri, wow. Let me watch the second match. Oh crap, I pressed the wrong button. Maybe I can learn a little bit of something. Miari Zo doesn't feel like Ana, where it's just a one-player game. Ana, fighting against Ana and Nina sucks. Oh, Alyssa. Right, these 3 characters is like the most problematic character right now.
Round 1. Fight.
Is that a 2-2? I cannot rewind. Okay, 2-2. I need to recognize that move. Low, another low. Yeah, they have mid, high, mid, mid. This move can be punished after evading with crouch. It is unsafe too. It's minus 11, but I cannot jab them. So I have to duck the 1+2? Oh, that's weird. Here, right? Oh, that's weird. Okay. So I need to recognize the. It's a 1-1-2-2. Oh, it's a 1-1-2. Oh, Gagor Gamer, thank you. Thanks for the raid as well. I'm learning Miari Zo, so I feel like my brain is all over the place right now. Thank you for the raid again. Another raid. Wow. What were you doing? What were you playing? Blaster Master 02? That's a very cool name actually. Blaster Master. A Dirk? Oh my god, is that a dragon? Oh my god! We have more dragons? Holy shit, I'm gonna cry. Tears of joy right now. Hello, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders from Gargoyle. I'm Theora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are having a nice holiday season. I'm still learning about this character, so yeah. Oh, I understand the game plan now. 1-1-2 or 1-1. I think that's 1-1-1-2 or 1-1-1+2, whatever that is. They keep spamming 1-1. Was it +1? Oh, it's -4. Okay. Oh, it's -4. Okay. If it's -4, then it's not that bad, right? I thought it's +1. Having a good holiday season. Oh, good to know. Good to know. It's even Tekken 8. Yeah. someone helped me commission someone to put my model into the game, and it works pretty well with Reina, so I'll take it. Heck yeah. Oh, how was stream? I hope stream was good for you. Auto hit launcher, okay. Whatever that knee is. Oh, it's -4 knee, okay. Doesn't look like his range. Yeah, I just... How can I react to this? On my first match against Miarizo. Well, this is going to take a long time to get used to, but Miarizo doesn't feel too overwhelming. Like, Miarizo doesn't feel like Anna, honestly. She doesn't. That's some sick shit. That's awesome. Heck yeah. I like it too. -9. Oh. So that's definitely a tracking move. I can take my turn back here. Yeah, they don't press anything there. That's fair. I robbed her there.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoa, what did she try to do? What is that? And it's so weird that my down for 2 works here. I thought it's gonna flown her, but no, it's a full launch. Yeah, I didn't react to that one. First launch her to the wall. Okay, what is that? Steppies? Gonna lurk and go to bed, catch you again sometime? Of course, of course. Thanks for the raid again. Have a good rest. Thank you. And have a good lurk as well. High, mid. High, mid. That's a +4. I assume it's +4 because it's heat version. Maybe. Would be my guess, right? Although, I have to say though, that move means something, right? I feel like that move means no more Alex, no more Roger Jr. It's a sad times for Roger Jr. mains, which I'm not, but I just love Roger Jr. Wait, her heat smash is +6 only? And this looks like a hell sweep. +6? Wow! No, I need Roger back. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see Roger Jr. again, but it looks like Roger Jr. is not the fan favorite here, so chances are really low. But who knows though, there might be a chance that she might be back in season 3, I don't know. Hopefully. Roger Jr. is adorable though, I love him. Okay, +6. It is low. Okay, so it's a hell sweep of some sort. What happened here? One? Down for 1? Oh, she did the down for 1 string. Yeah, I know. I didn't break throws. That low is crazy though.
Round 3. Fight.
That's lucky. Missed input. So it's a mid. Yep, it's a mid. Nothing I can do about it. Unless... Here. No, that jails. Yeah, the jails. Okay. -9. Enhanced version. He smash doesn't track, but because we both stepped away. Yeah, this one looks like it's a tracking move. Okay. Yeah. That hit is crazy. Brotan, I'm at your side. Why are you hitting? Excuse-moi. Hello. Yeah, what that? Walao, you hit for what? You hit A, I fly. Walao. Oh, she has Stomper 2 as well. Yeah, I robbed her this round. And then she goes crazy here, I believe. I didn't mean to block this, honestly, I was just backdashing. What is that? +1 on the hit? Must be unparryable because it's a spiritual weapon, so... Clean counter? Oh, that low leads to a follow-up. Okay, so it's not a counter launcher like whatever that low is, but this low only knocks down. Leads to a guaranteed follow-up. Okay. This low. What is that string? It's -19. I let her get away with murder. What is this? It's -19? I didn't launch? I mean, of course I didn't. I have no idea what she's doing, honestly. But good to know. She has a string from jab, I think. So, looks like a 1-3-2, whatever it is. Yeah, this low is like going crazy. And then one more low. No, okay. That low is crazy. But I feel like if people can react that low, it's 22 frames. People say this reactable? No. I'm just gonna respectfully say I will never in my life be able to react to that. I cannot even react to Snack Edge. Imagine me trying to react to a 22 frame low. No, right? No. Snack Edge is what, 32 frames, I think? 36 or 28? One of them, I'm not too sure actually, but yeah, that was crazy. Let me think. Do I want to play more? I feel a little bit on the... I feel a little bit tired. Let's play a few more. No Heihachi today. Even though Heihachi my beloved.
Get ready for the next battle.
I love how my PS4 controller makes noises now when I press the D-pad. Wow, crazy. This game destroys D-pads, man. Like, this is just backdash. Wow. You're trying to create distance, this is what you have to do? Oh god, and then trying to get in. If you're playing Mishima, yeah, have fun. Mishima is fun. I love Mishima.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fakuram? Fakuram is cool. Fakuram is my first character that get 2 blue ranks, honestly. Here we go.
Round 1.
Who are you? Oh, that's punishable. That's punishable. Hi? Okay. What is that? Hello? You're right. Ooh. Okay. Not too familiar with Fakuram as well. Oh god. Nope. I still fall for it too. I forgot. Oh my god, range. Phantom hitbox. Okay. It's probably gonna gut break me now, right? Fair enough. No. That's it. Nice. Good downfall. Need to learn more about Fakuram. God, Fakuram is so cool though. Not this custom, come on. This custom feels alright. This custom looks like Hwarang, okay. Ooh, I was waiting for it too, but I didn't react to it. Nice, they were ready. That was a crazy low parry, but good shit. Oh my god. Is that great? No. That should be punishable, I feel like. Ooh, I don't know what to do. Everything's hitting. Fair enough. Kobo can really go crazy here. Nice. That was really fast. Got her. Plus? Must be plus. Got her. Fair enough. Didn't you know that I'm a patient player? Did you notice that I'm not even pressing any buttons? Like you were trying to rage on me there? What is that string? Nice. Oh, nice. Oh my god, what was that? Okay. I wanted to react to that. Oh, good call. I thought they were gonna do armor there. Looks like this person just plays Falcon Rum. They have good fundamentals.
Get ready for the next battle.
There must be some strings that I can punish though. That weird knee ender string? I don't know about that. I must be able to punish that. It could be like minus 12, minus 11, I guess? On the third hit. It's such a cool move. Oh, I feel like I should have jab checked Falcon Rum so much more.
Get ready for the next battle.
Because Falcon Rum is like, most of his moves just stands upright. Jab check should be like annoying for him to deal with. Yeah, next time we know. We can try. A late Tao Blah, however, I have no idea how to fight against him, to be honest. Uh-oh. Oh, nice down punch too. Oh, that must be high. Okay. What is that? Nice. Hitman 2, the classic. Low, low, low. Mid. Nice. Oh my god, I jabbed though. I didn't need to do that. I just needed to down for one. Nice down back four. Holy shit, the timing. I didn't break that combo. Nice. Ooh, that was really fast. It's a 1+2 break. I can react to that. Hey, Hachi! That's a really fast throw. But I should be able to react to that. Imagine trying to break throws on a Wi-Fi situation. Nice. Ooh. Down for 1 into sidestep, good shit. That was so fast. Oh, fair enough. That was very obvious. What? I cannot believe I challenged that string, holy shit. That plus, I challenged with a jab, I could have died, man. That's a higher. Nice. Oh my god, how fast is that? I pressed it too. Like, they were going for it, but I cannot react to it. I pressed it, but I cannot break it for the life of me. pig? I don't think that... Yeah, I win this one. Good try. Win the game, there goes victory first atop the combo. I'm trying. This guy's fundamentals just outclassed me entirely. And I'm trying to keep up. What a timing. No. I just went for it. Nice! I might be dead here. I didn't break that. I need to break throws, man. Breaking in Wi-Fi situation is so difficult though. Oh, and this one. Oh, oh, my heat smash is too slow. It's a high. Oh no! Oh, what a dumper too. Oh, another down for 2. GG. Nice. Good shit. Is it a dump Kobo time already? Equips Tiara? Uh-oh. I've been equipped. GG. Strongly. Business casual,
Get ready
man.
for the next battle.
Heck yeah. Hi, Nina. Welcome. They didn't give me shiny, so that's why I beat them up. Although I get beat up instead, so... And come on, go. And thanks for the raid. You're welcome. What were you playing? Thanks for the raid. Arc Raiders? Oh. How was the game? How was Arc Raiders? Hopefully stream was good. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. The Kobo raid? Heck yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
Armor King? Whoa. Well, second Armor King. I don't know what to do against Armor King, honestly. But here we go.
Round one. Fight.
Plus? What? That's really good. Holy shit, so many plus just now. Capital punishment? Wow. Ooh. New throw? That's so cool. God damn, I love Armor King. I broke it. Nice step. You play Tekken 8? Azu main? Heck yeah. Azu Sena is now like a character loyalist now. High crush? Armor King has a lot of built-in high crush moves, isn't it? Uh-oh. It's gonna hurt. Didn't break that. Oh, both 22%? That's so cool, holy shit. We're both at 22% health, holy. That was cool. Okay, and Armor King are both great, love the big resting energy from them. Yeah, Armor King is so cool, holy shit. King is cool, but not as cool as Armor King. I don't know what happened, don't question it. Morning, Peter. Cross. Oi, one hop kick. Oh, he just did that. Okay. Ooh, what a disrespect. Going down? I thought it's gonna do that immediately.
Round 3.
Kobo can I? What happened? No stuff. They were ready. Nice. That's that. Oh my god, we take those. Oh, sculpture. It's unavailable because I still haven't done art in a long time. They always do that. Going down. It takes fried chicken. Oh, you're right. I love fried chicken. There. Good shit, good shit. Alright, we still have a chance.
Final round. Fight.
I ducked. Ooh, good shit. So Armor King has 4-4 neutral 2, 4-4 neutral 2 into a stance. That's a new thing, right? So into stance, into a mix. It's kinda scary. And then Armor King apparently has a running 2 now. It's kinda
Get
cool.
ready for the next battle.
It's kinda cool, right? I need to get used to fighting against Armor King and Miarizo. Yeah, the sculpture is not available. It's probably not gonna be available for a long time. But I feel like next year I'm gonna try to like do as much art as possible. That's why I wanted to do like a art with friends stream, so that could make me do art a little bit more than usual, right? So hopefully people can actually redeem the sculpture for 100, the head sculpture. The head sculpture thing. I still plan on doing it, I do.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I thought it's that Eddie. It's a different Eddie now. Okay, okay.
Round 1. Fight.
Brother! Hiya, fucking Wi-Fi. Nice. Keep out launcher, the classic. Hey, it's your Wi-Fi, don't blame me for it. What's going on? Redeeming head from Kobo.
Fight.
Oh, did you give up? Oh. You better not give up. I know that string.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my god. Wow, they're not blocking at all. Well, wow, Kishin, oh my god, I definitely wasn't here before. I definitely wasn't at Kishin just now. Bye. Typical Eddie
Get ready
mains.
for the next battle.
Do the same thing, never block and then runs away. Oh my god, new rank! I mean, redeeming head from Kobo, that might be reserved for only a few dragons out there. Only a few. Oh no, I'm looking at Celeste's tweet, Celeste announcement. Celeste is gonna stream when it's 3 AM for me. No, unfortunate. Honestly, I've been trying to reach out a little bit more now towards like different dragons out there as well. Reach out to a few, right? And it's I'm glad that they're also glad that I reached out to them. I should do that more. 6%? 6%? A few, we believe you. Really? Only, really? Oh my god, brain help. I don't know how to talk anymore. Yes, only a few. Honest and for real. If the smirk wasn't obvious, there was sarcasm. I know it was. But still.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, first line of the day. If I cannot react to Lily's snackage, I'm dead. 444? Yeah, that one. Kobold!
Round 1. Fight.
Why do? Why would you start with brother? Okay, I'm so flustered. I don't know what I don't know what she's doing. Well, I know what she's doing. She's the party hard. All the moves that I mentioned, it's happening. We do 2 times, wait for the parry to come out, down for 2. Oh, they block? Come on, do snakeage. You know you want to. Don't throw me. What are people doing in blue ranks? What the hell? I mean, there are some strong ones, but not like this. It's 10 hit. Oh my god, that was a really bad punish. Oh. Low? 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 I was ducking for 10 years, come on! Wow, Matterhorn, really? Oh! Lily has... Two beams, nice unblockable. I looked at her feet and then she died. Bye bye. I'm pretty sure you don't want to play anymore. Holy shit, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I will never disrespect you ever again.
Round one. Fight.
Hello? Oh, that's a... Oh! The Kobo skin is so funny. I know, right? It's so good. Oh, another one. Gonna send a message. Double Matterhorn for the combo. Oh, it's a different one. Okay. Oh my god, Snake Edge. Oh my god, it doesn't work! I'm dead. Oh my god, Reina's C smash is too slow, brother. Oh, you know the mix? Holy shit, crazy. Block for once. My hand's not long enough. Help. This is a very interesting specimen. This is such an interesting specimen. 6-10 hit strings. 6 times she threw it out. Holy shit, oh my god, that's so funny. Hi Green. Oh shit, I haven't had a match like this in such a long time. Get the feeling Lily is a character that will absolutely dominate you if you mess up / don't know her. That goes for everyone honestly. if people don't know what I do, they die. That goes for every single character. Lily, not as much. I feel like Lily is very down to earth. If you want a character that will dominate other people if they don't know what they're doing, play Yoshi. Right. Lily will be less than usual. Hi, Mert Punch Kick. Oh, I forgot I need to do Balkan English. I forgot. I need to do Balkan English. That Lily, esai. Okay lah, but then it's like if people have fun playing game like that, right? Don't talk shit lah. I did talk shit a little bit, I sorry lor, right? But still if people have fun playing like that, more power to them, right? Go have fun, play the game, right? Like if people don't know the 10-hit string, they die to it, they deserve it long, okay? they absolutely deserve dying if they don't know the 10-hit string, like I did, right? I at first don't know the 10-hit string, and then I learned, then okay lah. Terry Cooley, thank you. It's a cards game again. It is. I played Tekken once per 2 months now, crazy. Ayoi.
Get ready for the next battle.
TD Twister? Oh my god, don't twist my titties. I'm dead. TD Twister is crazy. Oh no, I gotta get distracted by the name so much. Plus. Fuck, I'm laughing too much. Don't press buttons, man. Stop pressing buttons for 1 second, please. Good step. Interesting choice of a launcher there. Oh, they were ready. Oh, it's plus. I forgot that move is plus. Duck more.
Round 2. Fight.
Tekken? Tekken? The sequel? Wow, crazy. They were too ready. TD Twister. Oh, what a sidestep Ken, that was crazy. try.
You win.
君が悪い女が I did that so much to my friend in high school. He had to call the doctor. Green! Excuse me? No, we don't do TD Twister.
Round one. Fight.
I get schmixed. Ooh, I'm at your side, brother. Ooh. Get robbed! Get robbed! Nice. No, one too many times. It was funny at the time. Okay, fair. Oh, high crush. Nope. I ducked. My backdash was not clean there. Whoa. They're not touching anymore. Oh shit! What a side step! Ow. 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 There's the bucket. Because they ducked so much, I didn't need to do anything. Holy shit! TD Twister, no! Guaranteed? I totally ducked. Hello, I'm behind you, game! Nice.
Final round. Fight.
There's the ducking. Whoa! Hell sweet poo! We love to see it. Kimi wa Rui no Onaga. GG's TD Twister. Good name.
Get ready
9
for the
out of 10
next
people like
battle.
bullying. No. I don't think people like bullying. I mean, if I were to talk about my primary school and my mid school situation, I don't think people like bullying. Oh, a joke. Sorry, I didn't know that was a joke. Got them TD twisted? Fuck yeah. No more TD to twist anymore. No, thank you. If it's Wi-Fi, it has to be 5 bar. If not, I don't wanna. Oh yeah, also hi Dragon Collie. I feel like I forgot to say that. I forgot to say that. Oh.
Get ready for the next battle.
DVJ? I don't think there's going to be another Party Hard Devil Jin. I mean, it was funny when I fought against the Party Hard Devil Jin. Oh my god, Tekken 5 Devil Jin? Base. Oh, Samsara? No way. What made you do that? Kelsey? Ow. Nice. Fair enough. Good punish. I threw that. Oh, that fast? Oh, party hard. Oh wow, I didn't break that. I don't. Oh no, I cannot break a throw. That's really strong timing. Oi, Sasa 2. Oh my god. Not too sure when to punish because Devil Jin can just do back four at any time. They're really going for it now. Oh yoy. I did that too, but they were plus, so. Oh, I ducked. Next they know. I ducked again. They're so aware, crazy. They already downloaded how I play. Guaranteed. Oh yoy, clean. Okay, the fundamentals are way above me. I'm being completely outclassed here. Hi, Hanato. Evening. Nice delay. I ducked. Good shit. Yeah, they're super aware. I am 100% getting outclassed here. They play this game way too much. Like, way more than I do.
For the next battle.
Which is fair though, right? Oh, we are doing again, Hanatoro. I feel like I'm old. I remember I can stream Tekken for like 7 hours straight. Back then, but now not anymore. I'm almost 5 hours in and I'm so tired, holy shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, it's the same fucking room again. Okay, my plan was to jab more, right? Against this fucking room. Right, here we go. Right, that's the string. Separate. I cannot react to that. Oh! I don't know why I didn't duck that string. I was looking for it too. Mine's full. Hello, game? I got it. Ah, delay too much. I knew they're gonna press buttons there. Nice, good disrespect. +1. I don't think they know about my things too much as well. Yeah. What? That's safe? Do that again. Yeah, they're not too sure what I'm doing as well. Maybe if I try to mental stack them as much, maybe I can try. Plus. Oh, second hit I can duck. Fair enough. Got him. adapt and try to learn more. Adapt and learn. Oh, holy! I learned how you play and you run away? Bitch ass, I cannot believe it. Really? I tried my best. They bodied me 2 matches. 1 match, I think. 1 match, actually. I take that back. They bodied me 1 match. 2 rounds straight. I was like, okay, maybe I can learn how they play. And we meet again. I learned how they play. They fucking run. God damn.
Get ready for the next battle.
I forgot how abhorrent it is for the one and dones in this game. Something came out? I don't believe that. If they can be here for like 4 hours, I don't think so.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. I died. Oh my god, your PC is exploding, brother! Spicy! Yeah! Oh my god. Collection! Why is your PC exploding, brother? Hiya, how play like this stupid 真的是 Oh. You can turn down the settings, brother. Oh, high crush. Nice. Oh. Mid. Stay. Safe. Not that unsafe, I guess. Pressure.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, they're not scared yet. Oh, okay. Oh, my inputs are getting eaten. Great. Okay. My inputs are getting eaten, you stupid. My inputs are literally getting eaten. Yaha! Turn down your settings, brother. Hiya. Walao, a helicopter come here and then the frame drop to 20. How play? Fuck. Fine. I'll play. God damn it. Probably no one rematches him. Oh my god. Why am I doing this to myself? They're playing Claudio. They don't deserve any respect. Fuck. Going in. Another one. No more. Doing this. Another hell sweep. Going this. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, they full crouch move.
Round 3. Fight.
I don't even want to do combos anymore. It's torture trying to do combo here. Mid. Okay, when ready. Oh my god, everything's suddenly better now. Ooh. Spicy. Whoa, breakdance. Nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, they're all guaranteed. Oh, nice rollback. I saw that shit. I'll do it again. Nice. Mid. Lizard.
Final round. Fight.
Wow. Oh my god, I broke it too. Mid? Oh no. Why did I decide to rematch this? God damn it. Oh god damn it. I'm pissed, 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 I'm pissed. I'm so angry, I'm so fucking angry. Why am I rematching this guy? Stupid of my brain, god damn it. I'm the most dumbest Kobo, holy shit. Like, why am I doing this to myself? And now I'm impatient. I was having a good time until this bitch came out. How do you play this? 10, like 7 out of 10 of my inputs are getting eaten. I'm playing Mishima, for fuck's sake. And then this guy's just trying to troll. Like, are you like mega dense or some shit? You're playing with this bitch ass frames and then you're trying to troll people. Like, goddamn, have some self-respect. Fuck you. Imagine breaking trolls in this situation, you motherfucker. Like, I cannot do shit! I didn't do that! Hiya! Murder him? If I can, I won't be this pissed! Mid. Your strings have mid-high everything. I cannot believe it. I learn your string and then you throw a mid at me. Oh my god. No. Yep, that's a mid. And then the built-in high crush with so many of his moves is fucking insane. Nice teleport. That was good.几白赖真的是这个人，屌妈还没有教养的东西来的，几白面真的是。呀妈，给张火这条拉真的是几白面了。There's no more rematch, it's first to two. 屌嗨啊 ！rematch 跟他打，结果做这样的事情，那边丢几白面真的是啊！丢中嗨，然后屌妈嗨真的是超级白堵拦真的是，哎呀，玩到这样，妈咕哩我玩什么 Tekken 8真的是不明白啊！鸡妈干真的是 ，Hi Zeus, I'm here crashing out, hello 。I'm sorry, but I read it because you were crashing out. Thanks, I guess. 有些人真是没有教养啊，鸡白真是妈的。Man, I feel like I want to say something that's bad for Twitch. Ugh. Like, it's not even the fact that I was losing. It's that I don't know why I decided to rematch that piece of shit. Turn down the goddamn graphics. My inputs were getting eaten. Like 7 out of 10 of my inputs are getting eaten. Like, how do I play? There were so many things I didn't do, so many things I tried to punish, my input just getting eaten and eaten. Fuck! Like, if you don't have a strong PC, go fucking turn down the graphics, you're stupid! I have a mod, if you want mod? You want a mod? Get this shit. Tekken 8 SPF. Get this. Wow. Wow. Alright. Still getting updated. Get this. Yeah. Like if it's not enough, fucking use lossless scaling. Remember how I used to play Tekken like this? Let me show you. Like don't make other people like have a bad time. This is how I play Tekken. Like I do this. Use lossless scaling. It looks like that, but I can change it. Give me a second. Right, and then scale this. Play like this. Wow. Wow. Performance. There's so many ways to play the game in the proper way. It's not like I cannot see. I can still see. See how HD? It's so HD, it's insane. Like, come on, man. Oh my god. Like, I wish that person was watching.
For the next battle.
But fuck, I'm too small. Like, look, so HD, insane. Wow. You wanna have a good time? You wanna have like the best performance? Use lossless scaling. Use the SPF mods. If it's not enough, go get the potato background mods or something like that. Like, holy. Okay. The fact that that person has the audacity to spam throw. I've never been this pissed. It's just is it because of my moral compass? I don't know. Like, I don't know why I decided to rematch that guy and then give myself a horrible, abhorrent, horrendous time. It's not a stupid question, it's okay. Also, hi Ash, I'm sorry I'm crashing out here. It's not bad to spam troll. It's bad to spam troll in that situation when the game keeps eating my input. Alright? Like, to break trolls you have to be so precise. It's reactable, but it's so fast. Let me get Dragunov.
Sergei Dragunov.
Something you have to vent, I guess, but it's just that person's like behavior is just so unacceptable.
Get ready for the next battle.
So for throws, right? You have throw escape training here. I'll use easy for you to see. Oh, sorry, give me a second. We don't need this. No. Pigeon roll? Oh wait, it's this tree. And this. Okay, yeah. So Let me show you. Alright, that's 1. It's left hand, that's 1. Alright. You have to press 1 here to break it. This is 2, it's right hand. And both hands, you have to press 1 plus 2. It's on easy mode, so it's slow down for me. Right? See that? Left, right hand, press 2. 1 plus 2. Right? Both hand, press 1 plus 2. Left hand, 1. Right? Right hand, 2. Both hands, 1 plus 2. Right? Something like that. So it's like to break throws, it's all reactable. Yes, there's a different animation. But the throw break frame is also like 20 frames, so you have to press really fast. Yeah, it's very subtle. That's why like it's reactable. Like after playing for like many hours, you can see it. Like you have to get used to the animation. Left hand, right. And then hard doesn't show you what they throw, I think. And this 1 plus 2. Oh, sorry. See? I can rank the 1 plus 2. Actually, it might be lossless scaling. Give me a second. Lossless scaling has some input delay. Here, let me unscale it. Oh, now it's small though. Okay, wait, give me a second. I played Tekken 6 and 7 and never noticed this. I always thought I had to guess what button to press and got annoyed. Yeah, no, it's very visible. Oh, that's right hand. Too late. Too late. Both hands. Both hands. Too late. Both hands. Too late. Left hand. Too late. Too late. Both hands. Too late. Left hand. Too late. There we go. Too late. Yeah, I mean, I have to practice throw break, but I did break throws. Like, I can react to throws, I swear. Is King still in the game? Yes, King is still in the game, and King is super duper cool. Here, let me show you. There's King and Armor King, but I didn't buy Armor King yet. I can only show you King. I think I can show you Armor King as well. I'll show the default. Yeah, I could choose Armor King. I have to buy it. Oh my god. The characters get rotated out? What does that mean? I keep seeing more combos every time I come here. Nice. I mean, I love kobolds, and sorry about me crashing out just now. I just had to do it. It was not a good time, honestly. Yeah, Ash is kobold. Like, they get removed from the game? No. I'm pretty sure characters don't get removed from the game. Why would they get removed?
Get ready for the next battle.
King. Oh, King doesn't have that. King and Armor King is not the same person, I'm pretty sure. What other throws does King has? Shining Wizard? I only know Shining Wizard and Giant Swing. Oh. Yeah, I don't know much about King. I never really played King before. I do play Armor King, which is like different. But yeah, there just honestly there are so many ways to optimize the game on our own so that I don't let other people have a bad time playing the game. I mean, that's what I do. My system is not strong, honestly, right? And I really do try to like make the game playable, not just for me but also for other people who's playing against me as well, right? King kinda cute though. Yeah, King is very cute. Armor King is hot though. Like Armor King, I don't do I buy Armor King now? Don't think I want to buy Armor King though. I mean, I have the Counter-Strike money. How much Armor King costs? Season 2 character station pass is 134. Oh, stage and character? One character is 39 ringgit. I mean, I could buy the season pass, I guess? I did buy Fakuram and Heihachi though. Wait, no, Fakuram is season 2. Heihachi is season 1. Okay. Armor King Marizo. How much is that in pounds streaming? That sounds like a lot. Pound? I don't know. How much is pound for ringgit? Uh, 134啊。Pound sterling? Oh, DLC is like $40. 134块 approximately 24 pound. Do I trust AI? I don't trust AI. Oh, close enough. Happy as a SGPP. Not too bad. I mean, 24 sounds okay, but it's just Malaysian ringgit is so small, so that's why it costs a lot. It sounds like a lot too, but like 134 ringgit I can eat like 13, maybe 12 meals. Maybe 12 to 11, right? 12, 11 numbers of meal. Did you ever play Halo? No. I don't think I played Halo before. No, I never touched Halo before. I mean, the only Halo knowledge I have is Arbiter from Killer Instinct. Can you get RVN or Peak? Sure, I can. I imagine things are cheaper in Malaysia anyways. It does. Like the local things are more cheaper. I can get it free if possible. It's okay, I can get it. Halo or MCC currently on sale, 6 games and collection. I mean, I saw you play it. It looks cool, but I don't know if it's for me. Ooh. Caveman World Mountains of Uga Buga? What is this game? Oh my god, it is Uga Buga! Holy shit! Whoa, Uga Buga! This game is free! Holy shit, it looks so good! Egg smashing! Oh, you're smashing eggs? I hate this game. We walking. How are they not squished? Trampoline bouncing. Log vaulting. What? When physics doesn't physics? Spike dodging. That caveman game is 100% a zip bomb, sus as fuck. What's a zip bomb? Is it like a hidden virus or something? This game isn't on German Steam? Oh. Oh wow, crazy. Fire Crossing. I mean, it's mostly positive. I mean, I don't plan on getting this one anymore. Or like, anyway, not anymore. Enemy evading. Who is Uka Puka? This is Uka. Like the visuals are colorful and fun. Good escape from grey military shooters. Pretty sure a zip bomb would get yeeted. Probably not. Zip bomb is like a huge amount of files in the zip folder. Oh. I know what they mean, but usually a zip bomb is a small file that compressed when uncompressed is hundreds of thousands of times larger and can crash some computers. Oh shit. Being dumb and sarcastic. I mean, I honestly have no idea what zip bomb is. This game took a while to start up and I thought my PC was having a stroke, but patience preserves. Maybe it's not too far off. Maybe it's not too far off, I don't know. Check out Halo, can recommend. Halo Master Chief Collection, I assume? Windows 11 even can get zip bombed. It's an old method of trolling. Oh. Probably just horribly optimized. Yeah, most likely. £45. Used to be 179. Wow, 180. This is the gameplay, right? I think I saw you play a few. Halo is neat. Good deal. Superpower 2 can make your own maps and game modes. Oh, Halo is great if you like FPS games. I do like some. I mean, I play Counter-Strike. I don't know if you will like it. Have you played any Call of Duty campaigns? Never played any Call of Duties before. FPS games, right? My FPS experience would be Counter-Strike, Gunfire Reborn. What else do I? What is it? I'm pretty sure I played a bunch. I mean, Repo is FPS. No, it's not. Repo is FP, no S. Oh, Project Silverfish. Halo has a goofy game mode called Griffball, where two teams have to get control over a ball and everyone has swords and hammers. Oh, Halo is mostly popular for its campaign and its multiplayer. Oh, okay. Maybe I should revisit this game someday. Been told that there's a big update. Halo is not very like CS, I would say. Multiplayer is dead, so it's mostly campaign for those. That's fair. I mean, Sliders is also FPS. I don't plan on playing multiplayer at all if I were to play Halo, I feel like. Because I feel like with games like that, it's gonna be a lot of like people who knows everything about the game already. And they're probably gonna bring me to Fly or something like that. Like Terraria. Right? Like I played my first impression of Terraria is like people brought me to fight gods or whatever, and then when I want to play on my own, I don't know what I'm doing, and I keep dying because I got brought too far ahead, and I don't know what I'm doing. I keep dying, and then I just eventually drop Terraria, something like that. One and two are from the Xbox 3 is Xbox 360, so it should be kinda okay to run. MCC might not be so optimized though. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not planning on getting the game currently. Oh yeah, 7 Days is also FPS kind of. Or Master Chief Collection. I mean, there's also Resident Evil. Oh yeah, Warhammer Vermintide. This is pretty fun, this game. I did play for a little bit. I got 2 of these now. You know. Did you know about this game? I played this game for fun sometimes. I'll say they are quite fun, but they might not run too good for you. Really? I mean, I thought it's a game from Xbox era, or Xbox 360 era. I thought my PC should be able to like run it quite nicely. Message Collection also has a fun mod called Cursed Halo. It's super cursed. Oh. MCC the 2019 remake? Oh, it's remastered. I mean, the visuals looks pretty impressive here, I would say. I don't know if these are all like from in-game or actually just CG. Hi, Metal. I don't mind into a remastered version, but you can still play in classic mode. Classic mode as in like the original visual of the game? Question mark? I don't know. I mean, game looks cool. I don't know if it's for me, question mark. I don't know. I don't know. Outside it's running both versions at the same time. Don't think so. I mean, I looked at the trailer twice and looks... Yeah, I mean, I don't know why, especially this visual right here kind of reminds me of like the Half-Life era. When I play on Xbox Series X, I know 2 anniversary had FPS issues, but when I switched to old graphics, it was smooth. It's a very cinematic game, the trailer doesn't really do it justice. Oh, okay. Oh, you did mention that... Oh, look, Arbiter! You did mention that it's for, like, mainly story-driven. The screenshot that you're pointing out is from Forge? It's a map maker mode? Maybe? I don't know. I feel it doesn't really like... It doesn't really make me want to spend 45. It is an extremely good deal though, don't get me wrong. Right? It is an extremely good deal, but I don't know, it doesn't really make me want to buy it that much. Like, to me personally, it doesn't have the oomph that makes me want to... It makes me lose my mind and want to just buy the game immediately. Good story, yeah? I'll say maybe not if it's too expensive. It also needs a way to die right now. As in, no more like, future games? There's a lot of shinies from the Horde. Where? It is, yeah, but the classic Halo games are still awesome. Yeah, I would not deny that. I mean, I saw you play it still, right? Like, it's good, but I wouldn't say it's for me. Probably. Maybe in the future that I might give it a try, but maybe not right now? The dev team split up a few years ago and the current dev team has done some very dumb choices. Halo is something which isn't the best at grabbing people in a modern audience. Oh, it's stuck in the past, sort of, huh? I mean, that is kinda unfortunate, honestly. Although there's one game that I want to buy though. Well, I cannot show my wish list. There are some sus games in here. It was excellent at the time, but I think that if you don't grow up with it, it doesn't hit the same. The last game they released, they released in parts for some reason. Oh no, that's the worst. Oh, these are fine. What do you guys think of Random from the Ashes? I think I saw who played again? Nexus, right? How would you describe this game? A naughty Kobo, but I could talk. I'm always naughty. I played Random 2, didn't like it as much. Okay. Oh, is this Random 2? Oh, this is one. Random from the Ashes. Unless from the Ashes is 2, and then Random 1 is 1. Only some online and only some of the story then updated to full story then full online. Oh. Oh, this is the first one. Okay. See, I even have this Dragon, a game about Dragon, and it's mixed. I don't know why it's mixed, but it's Dragon, a game about Dragon. Tira is totally innocent, can confirm. I know, right? I would definitely not talk about me getting caged and have to, like, you know, hold back from being naughty all the time, right? No, that doesn't happen to me. I'm innocent as heck. I'm super duper innocent. Dragon game not in Germany's Steam? No way! Fight unique bosses? Look at the dragon, it's so cute though. Upgrade with skills? It's so cute though. Is the dragon wearing glasses? I think it is, look at that. Battle Tekken special? No, never no experience of that, right? You can be German censorship, sure. Played the Kobo Treasure game recently, but it's too short. I want to buy that immediately right now, actually. It's still early access and the Discord seems to be very active, so... I mean, it seems pretty active. Yeah, it seems pretty active. They have the roadmap for the game, so they're going to keep updating, so we get... I forgot I cannot show this. Oh, I could get the long drive. Or maybe not. Oh, Telepang is 35 ringgit. Oh my god, Telepang 2 is 35 ringgit. I could buy this. With my Counter-Strike money. Yo, it's 66% off right now. Telepang. It sounds so similar to like teripang. What's teripang again? I forgot what teripang is. In Malay, teripang is hyson? Sea cucumber? I think teripang is sea cucumber. Teripang. Teripang tu apa? Yeah, teripang tu sea cucumber, gamat. Teripang tu sea cucumber. Wikipedia bahasa Melayu, ensiklopedia bebas. Ia tidak mempunyai anggota yang menjunjung keluar dan lebih berbentuk timun. Oleh itu, ia juga dikenali sebagai timun laut dan teripang di sesetengah tempat. Saya tak tahu. I have no idea what it says, to be honest. I'm not good at Malay. Oh, it's teripang 2 though. How about 1? Is that teripang 1? 100% teripang 1 is super hard but so fun. I don't think I'm gonna do the super hard thing unless it's like... unless it captures my attention enough for me. There's a jump scare? Oh no. No! What do you mean? It's a horror game? Hiya. Like, why, huh? I don't understand. You want actually shooting, but then you also want to put a jump scare in there. There's no Teripang 1? Teripang 1? Teripang 1 was a jump and run game that Dev once made, but never officially released. It was not related to the game. Oh, okay. Rimworld was special, but barely. Come on, get scared. Ash, listen. I'm putting. If you ever caught me play a horror game, chances are high that I'm gonna cry. I cried the first time I played Phasmophobia. I cried when I played through Song of Horror. I cannot handle horror games, but I love them. I did play through a few more horror games. I did cry playing Alien Isolation as well, yeah. Those are good games. Yeah. So, I mean, I still love horror game, I really do, but to me, if a game like Teripang 2 is like if this is like a very action heavy game, right, and then you suddenly throw in a horror section or jump scare, I just feel like it's a little bit unnecessary. But I don't know, I might buy this game actually still. How long does it last? Until 6th January? I can wait for a little bit longer. Will you cry if I say boo? If you want me to, I can. Lunchtime, gonna go roll. Alright, have good lunch, Mert. Thanks for hanging around. That's why you need to be the little spoon while playing. A little spoon? How can I be a spoon though? I mean, do I have to carry food for like a utensil spoon? Question mark. Like someone need to hug you from behind. Oh my god, yes please. I would love that. Yeah. Oh, that's spoon? Used for soup? Yeah, I thought, you know, spoon. Oh, cassette beast is 20 ringgit right now? Wow. Sekiro is 142, holy shit. Kingdom Hearts 100, Tunic 36. Cobalt Core is 24.50. I forgot you may not know slang or English is very... I don't think my English is good though, but thank you. I think my English is mildly okay. Slightly above, I think. It is though. Oh, no, thank you. I'll take it. Why is the game called He Is Coming? Night in the Woods? Oh yeah, people have been saying Night in the Woods is really good, no? This one? I can barely do a few words of Welsh and live in Wales. Oh, that's like the local language over there? Question mark? I mean, in Malaysia, we are like a multicultural place, so we need to learn. In Malaysia, learning Bahasa Malaysia, English, and Chinese is like compulsory, which is tough. I don't like it, but it is what it is. So I'm Chinese. I speak English. I mean, I don't speak English at home. I only speak English when I stream. That's it. Right, I only speak English when I'm streaming, but when I don't stream, 我讲华语的咯。华人不讲华语讲什么呢？ Knowing 2 languages in the UK fluently is quite rare. Oh, really? I mean, I'm sorry if this is like offensive, but to me, I know UK English. I only know the thing. I want a bottle of water. I'm sorry. Unless you're from a different country or a second-gen immigrant. Oh, 2.4 languages in total. 2.4. The reason Dragon is mixed because he has some big bugs and the death has gone silent. Oh, a bottle of water. Golden Treasure, the Great Green. This is another Dragon game, I think. I saw. Yeah, it's like a a lot of cool dragons here. This is like a visual novel for dragons, I think. The indie Tekken. Wild Woods. What is this? Hack and slash. Oh, of course. Of course I would wishlist this. I don't know who this is. I don't know what this is. I won. I won. You would love the Welsh flag. Oh, does it have dragon on it? I know 3 languages. Ready? English, German, and 0.5 French and Norwegian. Oh. English and Spanish and some words in Japanese and redacted French and Italian and German and Porch of Geese. Is that Portuguese? Porch of Geese. Well, I think I can speak a tiny bit of Japanese, I guess. Sukoshi shabeimasu. It is just a tiny bit though. From watching Pokemon, yeah. Eldritch Horror Booba. This is Eldritch Horror? Oh my god, it is horror. What the fuck? Oh, Conrad Stevenson. From Accra. Oh, this is what Breen told me about this game. Dungreed. Sleepy Fox told me about this game. What is this? 7 ringgit? Voitigo? 7 ringgit. This is also 7 ringgit. Bullet Hell? Oh, roguelike. Oh, I was looking at roguelike games, right? Oh, I saw this game. I think I saw Markiplier play this for a little bit. Some nudity and sexual content should be fine. I want to stream this actually. I looked at your wishlist and only saw one not safe for a game. It was an AI game. Is it Cosbreeder Yifai? Cosmo Breeder Yifai is not AI, I'm pretty sure. Like, look at that, it's so cool. I think I have three. I have three not safe for work game, and I'm pretty sure they are not AI. Were you looking at my wish list? Chat, I'm gonna buy this actually right now, and I'm gonna play this tomorrow. I'm gonna play this tomorrow. I'm doing it. Like, it's so cool though, right? I don't know what this game is, but I want to know. Like, I want to know. Let me add to cart first. I've heard it's a good game. There's one not safe for one I saw. Let me show you. Well, I cannot show it on the stream, but I think there's three. I can say the name though. Oh, I have Kled Car. Wait, Kled Car is kind of fun too. Cloud Meadow is a not safe for work game, and I don't think Cloud Meadow is AI. Cloud Meadow. Oh yeah, there's 6 Legends. Wow, there's so many games that I wish listed that I already forgot about. Tropical Hearts? No, Tropical Hearts is not. It's not safe for work. I've been spoiled. Cake Master Gay Circle? Hi, welcome. Cloud Meadow has been in development for like 10 years. Is it? And is it still like in development currently? But release date is 2020 though. Welcome. Just gonna make sure that I'm not showing it on stream. Oh my god, I'm so gonna get banned if that's accidentally shown on stream. Recent event, December 19. December 19 is the latest update. Sunglades update. Okay, so the game is still like in active development. Cobalt Core. Yeah, I kind of want to buy Cobalt Core as well. But I also don't want to spend too much on just in one place. Oh yeah, Dinosaur with double Ds. That one is also not safe for work. I'm gonna buy Trenchcoat. Yeah, ever heard of Carnal Instinct? I have the game. I have been playing it, honestly. Don't worry about it. The game is okay though. The game is... How should I say? The game doesn't run well on my system. It's so intensive, which is very surprising. And the game says that it's gonna have like a lot of master pet relationships, something like that, but it never happened. So I don't know. The game is great though. There we go. Cosmo Breeder Yifai. This one is not. Yeah, this one is not AI. It's like retro platformer. Why am I looking for not safe for work games right now? What am I doing? Oh, Soul Hero is one. Most of the not safe for stuff is hidden. I think I've been hidden. Yeah, you have to like actively unhidden it. Oh, there's Ratatan too. Oh. Is there a Discord? Let me check. Hyperborea? Oh, that's AI? Ah, that's AI? Now let me add Kobo Story Trench Coat Adventure to the cart as well. No, that's AI. That's so disappointing. I think I can buy 3 games here. I'm gonna buy Slay the Princess. I'm gonna buy Trench Coat Adventure. And I'm probably gonna buy Cobalt Core. Yeah, Cobalt Core. This one. I'm so greedy though. How much does this all cost? 24, 22, 24. In total it costs 72. Hi again, Evie. Good night, Tara. No, I'm not a good girl today. I was crashing out hard. Never a true word spoken. Oh, Kobo K is so good. I've been playing the game a lot. It's like janky fun, you know? Kobo K is like the janky fun. I love Kobo K. Whoa. No, I'm a bad Kobo today. I was crashing out on Tekken. Alright, let me buy these 3 games real quick. I'm buying Combat Core, Trench Coat Adventure, and Slay the Princess. He's good. No. No. I'll use this information. I'm a good couple. Whoa. And bought. Wow. I bought 3 games. Crazy. Oh my god, I bought 3 games. So tomorrow, let's play Slay the Princess. It's what? Isn't Slay the Princess like a visual novel game? How is it 12 gigabytes? Look at Valheim. Valheim's 1 gigabyte. Hello? No such thing as a bad Kobo? 12 whole pictures? There's a game type. I wish I was a thing. I wish I was a thing. That's the game. No item match your query. Well, I don't know if I misunderstood. Over 1200 new hand-penciled frames hand illustrated by Abby Howard. And that's just in the update for Slay the Princess? Holy fuck. I feel like this game is a horror game though. Wait. Multi-classing? Well, I still don't know what game you're talking about. Spoil the good girl. Look, my cage is not doing me justice here. Baldur's Gate 3? I have Baldur's Gate 3, but my PC explodes every time I play it. Maybe they have like updates that makes the game playable now. Can we play kobolds? Can we play as kobolds in Baldur's Gate 3? If so, I might play it. I might replay the game actually. There's a mod, you got it? Oh shit! Well. Only if you mod it, which is easy to do. You can play Dragonborn. I think combos are a mod. I remember playing like 20 plus parts on Baldur's Gate that I reached outside of the Baldur's Gate. I'm a gold Dragonborn. I'm a monk. I'm a monk bard, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm a monk bard. I played for... Holy, I played for 163 hours. And then I eventually gave up because the game is too heavy for my system. The Dragon mode looks alright, honestly. We could have a party of Kobods, I own it. I want to play D&D solo, but I can't even get a group. I just want to be a Gem Dragon or Wizard. Dragon mode are closer to my height now. Yeah, Ashbig. Alright, let me close Tekken actually. Alright, see you in 2 months. See you in 2 months, goddammit Tekkenite. Also, I hope you're happy, Kobo, by buying 10 games and it's all your fault. What did I do? What did I did nothing. I didn't do anything. How is it my fault? Being 5'7" apparently. I think that's... I think I'm 5'7" in real life. I'm 170... Yeah, 170 cm, 169. Nice. Because you made me look at my wish list. You're welcome then. Codes are normally small in D&D. Yeah. I want to be a level 20. I want to be level 20 and wish that Mage Hand can do damage. Then have Mage Hand punch people in the butt. That's cheating. 155. Ooh, I wish I'm that small. I want to be that small. Something is my actual height, so... Oh, okay. Ferocious looks really nice. Ferocious looks really nice too. Ferocious? Which tops out at like 4 feet. The wish spell lets you change the rules though. Wish spell? Oh, I don't know anything about D&D, so... You have to excuse me there. Oh, I shouldn't have opened up Discord. Oh no. Why would I open up Discord now? And now, It's getting tight. Cannot believe it. Wow. Why would I do that? I don't know. You can get Wish at level 1 there, actually? Wish at level 1? I haven't checked Kobo tag. Oh, there's a lot of Kobo going on right now. Awkward Silver? I follow Awkward Silver. Bold Demonic? And a Russian Kobo. Oh, 17. You get Wish at level 1 if you have a spell scroll. I was in the D&D homebrew and chose a weapon of the gods. Why do I feel like D&D has no rules or something like that? I mean, I never played D&D before. I never like know anything about D&D. I think it's just something in Malaysia that not... I think Malaysia doesn't really have like people who specializes at playing D&D, or places that specializes selling D&D stuff or whatever. I don't know, right? But me being in Malaysia for 28 years now, I just don't really see any D&D stuff here, which is upsetting because I want to see dragons. And there's no dragons for me to look at. Cannot believe it. Oh, Salo is streaming. I guess we can rate Salo. I don't want to cast Wish. Oh, Salo has been streaming for 10 hours. Holy shit. Oh my god, Salo. Crazy. Dini has lots of rules. Surprising number of tables though that ignore those rules completely. Should play a different game that has the rules they want instead. Which, if you've seen the show, it's a horrid weapon. I don't know. There's more than one TTRPG game in the world. Thor's hammer from Reckon of Ragnarok is so cursed looking. I wish for more kobolds. Oh god, me too. More kobolds, more dragons. Yeah. Never enough kobolds, never enough dragons, honestly. Speaking of more kobolds, I'm listening. How to read? I need to figure out when or how to reintroduce the legendary kobold from my game. Your game? Legendary kobold? I want to know more about the legendary kobold. I should plug my things. Alright, no more Angie Bold. Like, I have a coffee. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Coffee helps. It's like a flesh and metal hammer with its own heartbeat that can channel lightning and cause earthquakes. And that's bad? Which lets you do whatever you want, but the DM can monkey paw you. There's a 1/3 chance you get permanently scarred and can't cast Wish anymore. Oh no! They managed to walk off a couple of big spells from the cleric and run away without dying. Yo! The legendary kobold? So destructive. Which is rather impressive for a mere kobold. Yeah. As a kobold bounty hunter, I say kobolds are pretty tough. I mean, I would say that I'm pretty tough. Like, I can handle dragons shoving something inside, right? Okay, look. Kobolds are tough, okay? Right? Yep. Period. If the hammer hits the floor lightly, it causes tremor. And then you mention that it's bad? I need to figure out what's the funniest way for it. Oh. I cannot help it. There's some sort of cage that's making me just go unhinged. Just dragons and kobolds too. It can be like, I wish he was dead, and then the end can be like, a meteor crashes in his location and levels the whole city. Oh. So wish can make it happen, but you cannot determine how it happens. That's kind of funny, actually. Well, coffee helps, right? If you fancy helping a little bit more, there's a daily pula. There's a monthly subscription thing if you want. Back from lunch, Kobo Baby Field. Nice. The game master has the final say. Imagine the hand hitting a mountain, the mountain turns it down from not even full power. Still, my point is you're saying that hammer is bad? Wish also can't technically break the rules of magic either. Like, I can already picture how strong whatever the hammer is, I forgot. There's also Discord. Discord, good. I announced my stream stuff over there. I open up Discord again. No. I announced my stream stuff over there, and there's also Dragon Sipping Corner. So, yeah. If you don't do the safe wishes, there's always a 1/3 chance you lose the ability to cast it. Wow, I feel like I will not be able to keep up with all the rules that is in D&D. I feel like I'm gonna be an annoying player. I feel like I'm gonna be the person that's like, am I missing something? Can I do this? What if I do this? What's gonna happen? I feel like I'm that kind of person if I were to play D&D. It's bad because it's meant. It meant I was a natural disaster. Oh, you? Again, that aren't D&D, so you can enjoy and experience you won. Also, no bad. Everyone was new once, I guess. One of the main parts of D&D is gaslighting others into misinterpreting the rule. Excuse me, what? Are we playing Amogus? D&D is good and tasty. Then I can agree, because there's a lot of dragons and kobolds there. Do you know what D&D stands for? Kobolds and dragons. Exactly. Don't question it. Homebrew is D&D with no limits to lose limits. Hmm? If you want to lose through homebrew, it's generally better to play a different game instead. Yeah, I feel like the rules are there for a reason. The rules don't say I can try-wield greatswords. Try-wield greatsword. When two hands wielding a greatsword is not enough. You need one hand each greatsword. It's not enough. You need your mouth to wield a greatsword as well. Santoryu Ogi with greatsword. Holy shit. Found a super cute TTRPG recently, which is about playing animal spirits in Japan. Golden Sky Story is super cute and wholesome. Oh. Golden Sky, Golden Sky Stories. Heartwarming role-playing. Oh, it's on HIO? Heartwarming non-violent role-playing game from Japan by Ryo Kamiya. Player takes on the role of Heng, animals that have just a little bit of magical power, including the ability to temporarily take on the human form. You can be a fox, raccoon, dog, cat, dog, rabbit, or bird, and each kind has their own special magical powers. Players will then attempt to solve problems around the small enchanted town with ingenuity, cooperation, and friendship. Cute. I've been spoiled. The rules don't say anything about casting enlarged redeemers only. And begin. And begin. Call it the diving siren. It was a boat with a siren crucified to the front of a crew of merfolk Buccaneer ghosts. I'm lost. I feel like I'm so lost here, like having zero knowledge on D&D with with everything that's happening right now. I have no idea. She was alive and could move on land like in water and dive like a submarine. Don't forget to check the Discord group on Monday. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, I will look at the message after. Thank you, Becky. We still haven't decided either RV or peak, right? Once it's decided, I'll buy one of them. Oh, are you playing both at once? I mean, I can buy them with my Counter-Strike money. You can do either? RV. Every day it is 20 ringgit. Let me add the card. And then peak is 14. Wow. I guess I'll add this one to cart as well. Offer ends 6 January. Still have some time. Breaking one RV? No. I haven't played both at all, so I'm also okay with either. Imagine a boat with ghost gunslingers diving under the ground by distorting the area it's in and eating things. Is that still D&D or am I missing something? I've been peaked once, probably breaking when I have to host the games though. I'm okay with like playing with lag. I mean, obviously I'm gonna be lagging because being in Malaysia. Oh, break is between both of us? Then yeah, that works. It's a homebrew D&D boss. Huh. We're kinda all in 3 corners of the world. It's the kind of D&D where it will probably be better not playing D&D and using a different system instead. I mean, I would imagine D&D will have more dragons involved, question mark, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased towards dragons and I just want to see dragons and stuff. Imagine our connection to Bracky will be better than to me or you. Yeah. Because since Bracky is in the middle, right? If I host, I feel like you're gonna have a bad time. Bracky's gonna have an okay time. And if you host it, I'm gonna have a bad time. Bracky's gonna have an okay time, I think. It's just one game system you don't actually meet dragons that often, at least until higher levels. Ah. Can I play as a dragon? And then let a bard seduce me instead? I would rather play a kobold actually. The level 15 party giving a green dragon social anxiety by being nice to it. But why? Being nice to a dragon is nice, no? Why would the green dragon have social anxiety? Green dragons are not normally nice. Oh yeah, different dragon color has different behaviors, right? I mean, it sounds stereotypical, but are you talking about me? Cause oh wait, Brecky's green. No, Brecky is nice as heck. We love Brecky here. There's 3 factions of dragons in D&D: color, metal, and gem. Gem. I want to be a gem Tekken. Can I be a gem kobold? I would want to be a gem kobold. Color are all evil, metal are all good, and gem are all neutral. Oh! I guess I'm neutral then. I personally run it as a suggestion, not a rule, but yeah. Alright, we can rate Salo. We're gonna rate Salo. I'm also getting hungry now. As far as I know, no gem kobolds. You can be a gem dragonborn. There can be different types of evil or good. What? Isn't evil just evil and good just good? I'm getting more and more confused. Knight lawful or chaotic? Oh, isn't there like a chart that says like people are lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good? I think it's gonna say to run anything capable of intelligence is always in alignment. Lawful will do everything within the rules of the land to be evil. Like lawful evil? I do still go for usually. In this case, because it's a dragon tied to the story, and it was a pretty evil dragon. We love dragon. Chaotic good might do something evil for the greater good. Oh, that kind of different kind of good. I should rate out. My brain doesn't work anymore. The party basically backhand when they try to ambush them, and then be nice to it when they surrendered. Oh, the green dragon surrendered, and then you guys be nice to it, and then that gave its ancient social anxiety. It's hard to imagine a huge dragon has social anxiety though. Would be very funny, I feel like. It's on this point there has basically no idea how any of this works. All I want is to cast Wish. Nobody ever lets me cast Wish. Oh, I never played D&D before, so I have no idea. Am I being peeked at? I need to type in the rate. Actually, I need to get the rate message first. Brain doesn't work anymore. Right, here's the rate message. Like, it's basically live its whole life in a competitive, selfish, evil situation. Aww. Derek spend most of their time alone with the horde, so socially anxious Derek makes sense. When you put it that way, yeah, it does make sense. Gonna go in the second long drive ahead. Of course. I'm raiding out very soon too, so safe travels, Ash. Having tried to kill them and gotten slapped for it, the party start being outright nice, not just like you can go with your life nice. Just be like, have water, have food, and then we give snoot pets. Start giving it actual presents. Aww. Confused dragon noises, huh? Anyway, here's the rate message. But of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Maybe don't use more than 4 though. So basically, I had to roleplay him with confused social anxiety after that point. They are more or less adopting him as Oh! So the dragon's gonna follow your team now? That's kinda cute. That's very cute actually. And I typed in the raid. Okay, there we go. I'm ready to raid. I'm super duper hungry actually. I need food. Before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Really valuable. Kobo loves you, alright? And here comes the raid to Salo, another Kobold friend. Thank you. They're just as likely to be like, this whole place is your home now, the way they're coming. I mean, would be nice for the dragon big. I don't think Salo is fading out though. I don't think he is, question mark? Maybe he's not, I have no idea. My brain doesn't work anymore. Wow. My last brain cell is gone. Wow. The kobold only knows how to yip now, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm just hungry. Yeah, I'm very hungry. I want food. The kobold needs food. it's a whole thing, but my players are not the most social people, so me arguing that dragging with social incentive into my players was hilarious for you. Feels right at the play. It feels right in place. Right, see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Take care. Bye bye. Take care.